Good morning, everyone. I would like to call to order this public hearing of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety. The time is now 9:43 a.m. on Thursday, October 5th, 2023, and we are conducting this hearing virtually. We are also streaming live at the DC Council's website and YouTube at @CM Brooke Pinto. I am Councilmember Brooke Pinto, representing Ward 2 and Chairwoman of the committee. The purpose of today's hearing is to discuss the operations of the Office of Unified Communications 911 Call Center and Bill 25-344, the Office of Unified Communications Transparency and Accuracy Amendment Act of 2023. The Office of Unified Communications, or OUC, is responsible for providing fast, professional, and accurate response to emergency and non-emergency calls in the district. OUC was established in 2005 to combine the emergency 911, non-emergency, and 311 call activities from the Metropolitan Police Department, Fire and Emergency Medical Services, and customer service operations. In recent years, significant and very troubling concerns and experiences have been raised regarding the operations of the district's 911 call center. The council, my team, and I have received regular reports of dispatch errors, dropped or missed calls, inconsistent adherence to agency protocols, and a range of other issues that have impacted the ability of district first responders to respond to calls for emergency services in an accurate and timely manner. Over the past 3 months in particular, the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety has received a significant increase in the number of constituent complaints about long 911 call to answer wait times. In several cases, residents waited in the call queue for over 2 minutes. The national average of 15 seconds, 90% of the time. Other residents reported hanging up after experiencing a long wait time and calling 911 again, attempting to reach a call taker only to be placed back at the end of the queue. While we continue to encourage residents to remain on the line until their call is answered, residents expect and should be able to expect prompt assistance from OUC when they're facing an emergency. In emergencies, mere seconds can be a matter of life or death, and OUC's operational problems and mistakes over the years have resulted in injuries and tragic deaths. For example, in June of 2020, OUC sent paramedics to a wrong address despite the 13-year-old caller giving the correct address twice. Paramedics took nearly 21 minutes to arrive at the scene where the young caller's mother was in cardiac arrest. In July 2022, it was again reported that OUC sent firefighters and paramedics to an incorrect address where a newborn baby had gone into cardiac arrest, making for a minute delay. The delayed arrival of first responders later resulted in the infant's death. And more recently, in August of this year, it was reported that 2 OUC dispatchers failed to relay correct information to firefighters about a flash flood at the district dog kennel, which resulted in the rescue team's 23-minute delayed response time and the deaths of 10 dogs. These are just a few of the errors that had dire consequences. In addition to the direct effect these errors have on the health and safety of the individuals calling 911 for help, these errors and others have eroded public trust in the reliability and responsivity of our 911 and emergency response systems in the event of an emergency. In response to these concerns, in 2021, the District of Columbia Auditor issued an audit report of the operations of the district's 911 call center and emergency response systems. That audit identified a number of areas in which OUC emergency call taking and dispatch operations deviated from national standards and best practices and included 31 recommendations to address these deficiencies. The auditor testified in March that many of these recommendations had still not been implemented to measurable completion. These stories of injury, loss, and death due to OUC errors are heartbreaking. This demands immediate and long-term strategies and solutions. Accordingly, this September, I have proposed my Secure DC Plan, a comprehensive package of laws, initiatives, and strategies to take urgent and targeted action across our public safety ecosystem. And as part of this effort, I have made sure to closely monitor concerns at OUC in performance oversight hearings, legislation, and in the work my team and I are doing every day on this committee. This work culminates in targeted strategies informed by you, the public, for improving the agency's operations. This past March, I held a performance oversight hearing with then acting director Heather McGaffin to discuss her vision of the agency and how she planned to rebuild the public's trust. I'll be interested to see what progress has been made and whether the concerns I raised at that oversight hearing have been measurably addressed. The performance oversight hearing and reports from constituents convinced me this summer that emergency legislation was needed to ensure OUC's accountability, transparency, and accuracy. I introduced and the council passed unanimously emergency legislation this past July, requiring OUC to publicly post data each month on the agency's website on agency operations, including the number of call taker and dispatcher errors and the cause of those errors, the number of shifts operated under minimum staffing levels, call to answer times, the number of calls dropped, and the number and type of 911 misuse calls. OUC must also post the number of 911 calls received that are eligible to be diverted to alternative responses and the number of eligible calls that are diverted. This emergency legislation also added a representative from OUC to the Domestic Violence Fatality Review Board to ensure that the agency will receive further information and training on identifying domestic violence on calls. Since August 8th, 2023, the agency has posted information on its dashboard. But as we hold a hearing also today on Bill 25344, the bill that I'm speaking about, I'll be eager to hear about the agency's true compliance to date with this emergency legislation, as well as whether different or more granular information should be posted as we prepare a permanent version of this legislation. The emergency bill is an important step in tracking performance at OUC and helping us better understand these issues that have been contributing to agency errors so we can devise the appropriate solutions. But more work needs to be done, as my Secure DC plan recognizes. This plan also includes the Government Recruitment and Retention Act of 2023, Bill 25462, which is my bill that seeks to address the fact that several of the agencies responsible for public safety in the district, such as OUC, have struggled with high levels of vacancies in key positions for years. At OUC, short staffing has a direct effect on the agency's ability to retain and recruit new staff, especially as existing staff face increased long-term overtime demands. And these increased demands on staff have likely contributed to reported dispatch errors that affect the agency's ability to meet national standards for call answers and dispatch times. Last but not least, the bill that I mentioned a moment ago, 25344, expands the emergency legislation. But I'm hoping to receive recommendations from the public today as we make this bill more robust and effective, and as we all work together to meet this crisis. The bill is also designed to revamp the 311 system, in addition to requiring OUC to continue posting performance and diversion data to its website. This bill would update the district's 311 system to allow residents to submit service requests for porous flexible pavement sidewalk repairs, leaf collection, neighborhood quality of life issues related to business alcohol sales, and maintenance to electrical wires, utility poles, and fire hydrants. I'm looking forward to continue working together to address this crisis with OUC operations as we seek to secure all district residents. Before we turn to public witness, I want to recognize my colleagues who are here with us in attendance. First, return to our at-large colleague, Christina Henderson, who's also a member of the committee. Go ahead, council member.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. Good morning, everyone. I appreciate you allowing me to jump in here first. I am a member of the Judiciary Committee, but I also chair the Health Committee, and we do have a hearing starting in about 7 minutes. So I'll be doing that, but this is super important, and I'll be coming back to it. I'll be incredibly brief. I appreciate that we're holding this hearing today, not just on the legislation, but also on the continuous performance issues that have been plaguing the Office of Unified Communications. I was telling my staff that it feels eerily like 2014, 2015 in the district, where we had serious issues in terms of 911 and its related agencies making it to calls on time. I think the unfortunate joke or saying at the time was, if I was hurt, do not call 911, just put me in a taxi and I'll probably get to the hospital faster. And it's unfortunate because we made lots of reforms in that time in 2016, 2017 that we're back here. But I think some of it might have to do with, well, not some of it, a lot of it may have to do with staffing. We've seen an increased number of call volume, but we may not, and I don't believe that we have seen an increase or a corresponding increase in the number of staff and dispatchers who are on the floor to take these calls. I think there are also questions around accountability when there are mistakes that are made and what the transparency is thereafter. So after my hearing here, I'll come back to ask some questions of Director McGaffin, specifically around some of the vacancy and staffing issues that we have seen and how we can better improve that. I made an argument last year that there are one too many agencies in our public safety cluster who have had some issues in terms of recruitment, but it seems as though we are only providing benefits and incentives for one of those to be able to address some of those staffing challenges, and perhaps we need to rethink what we're doing there. But I look forward to that conversation. And I want to thank all the public witnesses for being here today and in advance and knowing that you're going to be telling your stories, some of them reliving the trauma that you or your family may have faced. But I appreciate that this is an important part of the oversight process. So thank you, Chair Pinto.
Great. Thank you so much, Councilmember Henderson. Thanks for being here and working together with us on the recruitment bill for that exact reason, and best of luck in your hearing. So just so colleagues are aware of our order, we're going to go next to Councilmember Nadeau, then Lewis George, then Fruman, then Parker. First to our Ward 1 colleague, Councilmember Brianna Nadeau. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Pinto, for holding this hearing. I share the sentiment of my colleagues and the frustration of district residents around the agency's operations and lack of transparency. It's not easy to run a government agency. I just want to acknowledge that. But I'd like to thank Director McGaffin for her efforts. However, the Office of Unified Communications has been beleaguered for a long time now, and very little has changed. When districts residents need help in life-threatening situations, it's not clear they'll get the help they need. We've heard stories of dispatchers sending 911 help to the wrong address. We've heard stories of callers sending basic non-threatening life support services to people who are in life-threatening situations, and sometimes it's too late. We've heard stories of people being put on hold for up to minutes in emergent situations. This is simply unacceptable. The mayor cannot continue to downplay the botched response to these stories. People's lives are on the line. I think about this issue not only as a council member, but as a mom of a child with life-threatening food allergies. One of the scarier sides of being a parent is thinking about worst-case scenarios and being prepared to jump into action. If I can't know with certainty that I can get help for my baby when I call 911 in a situation when every second counts, then our government has failed. It's clear the agency lacks fundamental structural competency to run effectively. It's no surprise why issues surrounding transparency, accountability, and oversight plague this agency. Today, I also will have to go to the health hearing, and I believe that when our government witnesses here, I will be touring the crime lab, trying to understand the issues with accreditation over there. So I thank you, and we will be monitoring remotely if I'm not here to ask those questions. Thank you, Madam Chair, for convening us.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Nadeau. Next to our Ward 4 colleague, Councilmember Janice Lewis George.
All right. Thank you. I would first like to thank Chair Pinto for convening this hearing. And I would also like to thank the witnesses and our ANC commissioners who are here today to testify. I, like my other colleagues, will be in and out of the hearing today. So I'll make a brief statement about two main areas that I hope will be addressed in today's hearing. When someone calls 911, it is almost always an emergency, and it is often a matter of life and death. A well-performing 911 center that DC residents can rely on is foundational for public safety. It's non-negotiable. Yet we are here because the city is not meeting that mark. I continue to hear from Ward 4 residents about calls being diverted or calls not being prioritized by our 911 call center, despite them calling for emergency assistance. I met with Director McGaffin earlier this year about this issue and understood her commitment to doing the work for this agency, and I appreciate her service. But I continue to hear the frustration and fear from many residents regarding how calls are prioritized, dispatching errors, and the unacceptable lag time between a call to 911 and the arrival of first responders. No one in our city should have their emergency dismissed, be made to wait, or be lectured about protocol when they call 911 in their hour of need. That's just unacceptable. I'm eager to hear today from our OUC leadership about any impediments to fully meeting the reporting requirements in the OUC Transparency and Accuracy Amendment Act and OUC's plan to mitigate those impediments. We need OUC to function effectively, and we need residents to trust that when they call 911, they or their loved ones or their neighbors will be taken care of. Another continuing concern is that Ward 4 neighbors in Shepherd Park, Tacoma, and sometimes Riggs Park have their 911 calls being routed to Montgomery County or Prince George's County, creating dangerous delays for their emergencies. And I want to hear about what is being done to ensure neighbors get a quick response. Also, can OUC please provide an update on the checks and balances in place to ensure medical responses are not mismarked or suffer dispatch delays from the triage line in the future? I also want to recognize and thank OUC call center workers who do an incredibly difficult and emotionally taxing job with real dedication despite great challenges. This hearing is about getting you the support, the tools, and the training you need to be even more successful in the work that you do. The second area that I hope to hear about today is an update on adding new 311 service requests. As part of the fiscal year 24 budget, the council required DGS to work with OUC to allow residents to submit service requests for broken equipment, grounds maintenance, and overflowing recycling bins at our DPR centers and DCPS facilities via the 311 system. This requirement took effect on Sunday, October 1st. DGS told my office they submitted materials to activate this request on time, but it's still being processed by OUC internally. While not as urgent as some of the other issues being raised today, that is an important step to make government work better for DC residents and ensure DC facilities are well maintained. As chair of the Committee on Facilities and Family Services, which has oversight of DGS, I would like to hear an update on these requirements and other 311 expansions from OUC's perspective. What is the process for an agency to get a service request added to D311? Has DGS been working with OUC to get those service requests added? And what is the timeline for getting these service requests live on 311? I'm looking forward to hearing from the witnesses and the director on ways that we can make and improve our OUC. Thank you, Chair Pinto, for this hearing and for your committee's work on this very important legislation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Lewis George. Next, we will turn to our Ward 3 colleague, Councilmember Matt Freeman.
Thank you very much, Chair Pinto, and thank you for holding this important hearing. I'm looking forward to hearing from the public witnesses and looking forward to hearing from the director. 911 is the most basic service the district provides. It is absolutely critical that we get this right for public safety and health efforts. I look forward to hearing testimony from the Office of Unified Communications Transparency about the Office of United Communications Transparency and Accuracy Amendment Act introduced by you, Chair Pinto, and asking questions of the many public witnesses concerned about this issue. I hear it all the time. Businesses that claim that that report calling 911 and waiting on hold and until it gets too late. We've all seen the very high profile stories about the things that have gone wrong at OUC. I'm with Councilmember Nadeau when she says that we know it's hard to run a government agency and one with as broad a mandate and as critical a mandate as this one, but we just have to do better. I'm going to be interested in hearing ideas to improve support for OUC operators and expand recruitment and retention efforts to ensure qualified and capable staff choose to take on the difficult responsibility of working at the 911 call center and stay. I'll be curious to hear from the DC Auditor. She did a report focused on serious areas that needed improvement, and I'm interested to see how OUC has been implementing in those areas to meet national standards and practices expeditiously. Each of the incidents that we will discuss today had a real impact on neighbors, and many were preventable. To maintain public trust in our 911 system and keep residents safe, the district must take actionable steps to prevent further errors at OUC. I look forward to Director McGaffin leading on this issue with an actionable plan to ensure our 911 call center is supporting an efficient emergency response. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Fruman. Next, we will turn to our Ward 5 colleague, Councilmember Zachary Parker.
Chair Pinto, thank you for holding today's hearing on OUC's operations and on the permanent version of the emergency transparency legislation that the council enacted this summer. Since I entered office in January, my team has heard a steady stream of complaints from residents about their experiences calling 911, including alarming reports about long waits to connect with an operator. When an emergency is occurring or has occurred, seconds and minutes can be the difference between life and death. The accuracy of the information collected and the timely dispatch of MPD and FEMS assets to the right location are similarly critical. The stakes of OUC's performance were highlighted by the district's inadequate response to the flash flood on Rhode Island Avenue on August 14, 2023 in Ward 5. Calls for emergency assistance at District Dogs, where numerous employees and several dogs were trapped, were not handled appropriately, delaying significantly the dispatch of fire and EMS units to the building. In the aftermath of that flood, I appreciated Dr. McGaffin's willingness to engage with me about what went wrong and how the agency plans to improve its response to similar events as well as its performance. Today's hearing is an important opportunity to understand what progress has been made and what work still remains. Thanks to emergency legislation that the council adopted in July, OUC has published a dashboard on which the council and the public can track its 911 call performance. Unfortunately, OUC's performance has slipped dramatically in recent weeks. One national standard for call center performance is that 90% of calls be answered within 15 seconds. However, on September 30th of this year, only 40.7% of calls were answered in 15 seconds or less. While that number represents a low point, there have been many days in the last month where 65% or fewer calls were answered within 15 seconds. The result, also visible in the dashboard, is that hundreds of residents are hanging up before their calls are answered, a result that is completely unacceptable. I am also concerned that the agency is not in full compliance with the emergency legislation the council passed because of its failure to disclose average and maximum wait times. As we look to other ways to improve accountability at OUC, I want to reiterate the need for additional transparency in the wake of serious events. Call transcripts and details about the timing of the district's emergency response should be publicly disclosed in the wake of any loss of life or in response to any legitimate questions about agency performance. This kind of transparency is the only way to build trust. Witness Metro's response to a recent derailment on the Yellow Line. Within hours of the event, the agency published initial findings as well as a video of the derailment. It then went to work expeditiously to make repairs and check other parts of the system to understand and address the full scope of the problem. We need that type of urgency across our government. Now, I appreciate the many of the problems that we are experiencing at OUC have been built for many years, not just months. However, we cannot afford for the agency's recovery to take as long as it's taking. I look forward to hearing from public witnesses today and to speaking with Director McGaffin about next steps for the agency. And I also want to note that I too will have to go back and forth between the Health Committee's roundtable that is also happening right now. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Councilmember Parker. With that, we are going to first hear from our public witnesses to discuss OUC operations and the legislation before us. Then we will hear from our government witnesses. First, our auditor, Kathy Patterson, and then Director McGuffin. As always, those who represent public witnesses will have 3 minutes to present their testimony, and those who represent organizations will have 5 minutes. Going to call our first panel of public witnesses. We will hear from Tony Barnes, public witness, Robert Vincent Branham, public witness, Dave Statter from Statter 911 Communications, Vincent Van, public witness, and Faze Austin, public witness. You all a moment to join. Okay, and Tony Barnes, we will start with you whenever you're ready.
Hi, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Hi, my name is Tony Barnes, and I'll be speaking today for my 27-year-old daughter, Alexis Bond, who was affected in failure to 911 responding in an efficient manner. On April the 5th at approximately 5:28 p.m., I called 911 for my daughter, who was in cardiac arrest due to an asthma attack. I was placed on hold on several occasions for about 2 to 3 minutes at a time. It had got so bad that I had to hang up and reach out to family members and assist in me calling 911, including my 14-year-old daughter who was here. I was on hold with 911 and I had her to call 911 to reach out. She was placed on hold. I had her run across the street to several neighbors' house, knock on their door, have them call 911, and if they pick up, just have them come to our address. It was bad because of the delay. I'm sorry. I believe that my 27-year-old daughter had an anoxic brain injury. I believe that it could have been a better result if 911 would have answered in an efficient manner. I was on hold for off and on 19 minutes. I kept being placed on hold. I think they responded within 20 minutes or 21 minutes of me calling. Alexis was admitted to ICU for 30 days and 8 weeks in National Rehab Center, where she was discharged home on January the 19th. Alexis is still going to therapy. I believe if 911 responded faster, she may have had a better outcome if she was able to receive oxygen in an adequate amount of time. Prior to this, Alexis was a healthy 27-year-old other than asthma. Now she's suffering with low vision. She depends on me for everything. She had problems walking. I have to feed her. It's been hard for me and my family. And I just feel like I should not have been placed on hold that long. That's unacceptable. And that's an unrealistic expectation for people to have to be on hold that long. It's just hard. I just want to know what are we going to do to make this better in the future for other people?
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Barnes, for sharing your story. I'm so sorry to hear about you and your daughter's experience with OUC, and we'll come back and have some questions for you at the end of this round. Thank you. Next, we are going to hear from Robert Vincent Branham, public witness.
Good morning, Chairwoman Pinto and members of the committee. I am Robert Vincent Branham, a former ANC Commissioner, President Emeritus of the DC Federation of Civic Associations, a member of the board of the DC Open Government Coalition, and chair of the Public Safety Committee for the Ward 5 Leadership Council. I appear before this committee to offer comments on the operations of the Office of Unified Communications 911 Call Center and to support Bill 25-344, the Office of Unified Communications Transparency and Accuracy Act of 2023. The OUC has come under intense public scrutiny and rightly deserved. All district residents, visitors, workers, and travelers expect a competent, responsive, and professional OUC. The issues and topics of dropped or delayed calls, misdirected police and EMS dispatches, lack of transparency, and employee training are real and need to be addressed swiftly. A professional 911-311 system is vital and the first link to save lives and to foster a sense of public safety. The DC Auditor has issued 2 reports regarding OUC and provided important corrective measures. Bill 25-344 follows up with appropriate public policy directives. As an Open Government Coalition board member, I have been in communications with OUC Director Heather McGaffin regarding Freedom of Information Act requests and public records. I believe she is aware of the needed improvements and welcomes public oversight and constructive recommendations. OUC advancement needed as they cannot come soon enough to foster public trust and confidence. Director McGaffin should be given both the tools and staffing to succeed. And I open to any questions you may have. And before I end, I want to give a personal acknowledgement in memory of a district resident and native son and Tuskegee Airman William Billy Fauntroy, a hero in the District of Columbia and in wartime for his service to America and to the District of Columbia, who passed away. He should be remembered for his service and he should be thanked. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Branham. Next, we will turn to Dave Statter, 911 Communications. Please go ahead.
Thank you for having this hearing, but it really shouldn't be necessary. It's only happening because the Bowser administration failed at every turn over many years to even acknowledge that DC 911's crisis is deepening. When 911 makes tragic mistakes, Mayor Bowser makes excuses. When 10 dogs drowned in August, the mayor strangely claimed that 911 call takers needed to know the flooding history of the building to properly handle the emergency. At the same time, the mayor's OUC director gave us 3 other dubious excuses. Heather McGaffin said a dispatcher misspoke, that there was no dispatch code for a combination flood and building collapse, and that there were staffing issues. Yes, there are staffing issues, critical ones. Yes, there wasn't a specific code, but there were 2 other codes that would have worked just fine. Yes, 2 dispatchers said the words water leak instead of flood, but calling it a flood wouldn't have changed how the call was dispatched. None of these excuses explain what really happened inside OUC at 5:06 p.m. on August 14th. Here's what Heather McGaffin didn't tell us, but will be obvious whenever we get to see the still top secret computer-aided dispatch report. The 15-minute delay in reacting to the first 911 calls was caused by 2 911 call takers. Even though the first 2 callers said people were trapped by the rising water and part of the building collapsed, the call takers didn't classify this as an emergency. They also didn't share the most important information with dispatchers, that lives were in danger. Make sure that you all ask Director McGaffin why these calls weren't immediately classified as either a water rescue or building collapse. Ask her why the information that lives in danger wasn't immediately entered into the computer. Please don't let Director McGaffin leave this hearing without telling us how those call takers handled that extremely important information. And then ask why all of this was kept from the people whose dogs died, from the 911 callers, and from the public, the people she serves. What happened to the transparency and accountability Director McGaffin promised in this very committee earlier this year? Ridiculous and illogical excuses, withholding information, and ignoring DC 911 systemic problems have long been the Bowser administration how they deal with OUC. We can go back 4 years to the tragic fire at 708 Kennedy Street Northwest. That's when then OUC Director Karima Holmes tried to justify a 4-minute dispatch time for a fire where 2 people died. And somehow Holmes omitted from her council testimony that part of the delay for that fire was because the call was misclassified. Sounds familiar. Or we can go back just 4 months when Director McGaffin released a report about the Douglas Bridge tragedy where 3 people died. The report didn't include the 911 caller's transcript or show what was displayed by the location determining technology. All are key to learning why dispatchers sent rescuers to the wrong bridge. We still don't know. The tone is set at the top from a mayor who has yet to even acknowledge there was an audit of OUC. But Mayor Bowser sure told us what she thought of that audit by bringing back the director whose leadership was criticized in those audit reports. The mayor's denials continue. In August, she tried to downplay as an anomaly what many of the people testifying today know very well. DC 911 is too understaffed to promptly pick up the phone. The public can't rely on the Bowser administration to fix DC 911. These city officials are more focused on making excuses and hiding the truth than dealing with the crisis that they've helped create. It's up to the council to fix this. I urge you to address every point in the letter you received from 97 current ANC commissioners and the more recent proclamation from ANC 4B. Both documents outline a path forward. Included in there is the idea of a 911 task force. I initially wrote about that early last year and was inspired by the Rosenbaum EMS task force. I believe that idea has a lot of merit. These citizens are paying attention because what's going on at DC 911 means that their lives are in jeopardy. They realize DC 911 has more impact on their safety and well-being than any other public safety agency in the region. They also know it's unreliable, and it has been that way for a very long time. It's up to this body to make sure the Bowser administration gets the message. It's up to you to make it so Mayor Bowser can no longer turn away from this crisis. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Statter. Appreciate that. And we'll come back to you with some questions in a moment. Next, we will turn to Vincent Van, public witness. Right, I don't see them here. If you come back later, Vincent Van will come back to you. Faze Austin. Am I pronouncing your name correctly? You're still muted.
Hello, I'm Thais Austin.
I apologize.
Yes.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
I'm Thais Austin. Thank you for allowing me to testify today. I've been a resident of Washington, D.C. in the Chinatown, Mount Vernon Triangle neighborhood for nearly 18 years and work over the city as a real estate agent. I'm here to testify to the ways that OUC and our 911 system is endangering our lives. In late July, as I was exiting my parking garage, I was blocked in by a car that prevented me from exiting. When I honked at the car, 3 individuals exited and surrounded my car. Concurrently, I was on the phone with 911 asking for assistance. The 911 operator kept trying to refer me to 311 for a tow, despite the fact that I was blocked and surrounded and communicated that I felt I was in danger at the moment. While I was still on the phone arguing with the 911 operator, I drove on the sidewalk to get away from the individuals. MPD was never dispatched, and I hung the phone up on the operator. I'm still slightly traumatized by this incident, and it has made me feel unsafe living in the district. But this was not the only time that 911 failed to dispatch MPD when I called this year. It was the 4th time. Also in July, I called 911 while I was in the 395 tunnel just past the entrance on Mass Ave. I swerved to avoid an overstuffed lounge chair laying in the middle lane. This was a hazard that could cause an imminent crash to an unsuspecting driver. I spent the whole call arguing with 911 operator who kept insisting that I call 311 to get it picked up, despite the fact that the situation needed an officer to divert traffic. I finally hung up after telling the operator that if someone got injured or died due to the hazard that evening, that it would be on him. I live across from Chinatown Park. The day before the mayor's Chinatown Community Day, I was woken up by drinking and drug use in the park. It was a large group around 4 a.m. I believe that was June 3rd. When I mentioned that they also had a pit bull tied to a fence, the 911 operator immediately disconnected the call and transferred me to the Humane Society despite my protests. That was a very demoralizing day. When the folks showed up to set up for the mayor's event, MPD was finally used to clear the park of the people. Also, during police week, I called 911 and was on hold for 15 minutes before being disconnected without even being given the opportunity to leave a message. There was a fight that had broken out in the middle of the intersection at 5th and Mass Ave. And this week, a mentally ill woman entered my condo building's foyer and started attacking people exiting and entering our building. The concierge was on hold for 10 minutes before a 911 dispatcher took the call. So I'm a perfect example of how we are not getting our calls answered and diverted. When they hear dog, we get Humane Society. When they hear chair, we get 311. When someone says car, we get tow. So please take away their discretion and get us some action on this.
Well, thank you so much, Ms. Austin. Thank you for sharing those stories and also recording them. It makes it much easier for us to follow up on those errors. And I'm so sorry that happened to you. And I want to ask Ms. Barnes and Ms. Austin, in the incidences that you spoke about, was there ever any follow-up correspondence with OUC, either acknowledging mistakes, apologizing for mistakes that you received?
No, and I do know that your legislative director did forward the incidents to OUC. There's never been any follow-up. In fact, like you keep asking for statistics, but all of those calls were dropped. So where do they go in statistics? Do they just go out into the ether?
Right. Well, the dropped calls are also something that we want to be monitoring as well, but we will continue to follow up.
Okay.
For answers for that. Thank you very much. Ms. Barnes, did you ever hear from OUC?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. Well, thank you very much again for sharing your story, and my best to your daughter. And I'm so sorry to hear that happen. We're gonna
Thank you.
try to get some of these reforms passed so that doesn't happen to somebody else.
Please.
So, Mr. Statter, I want to ask you about this idea of the task force that was included in the letter that many of the ANC commissioners in the city signed on to and that you referenced, and how you think of the task force differing from the audit report or the work of council oversight in a way that can drive urgent and sustainable reforms at OUC.
First of all, I've been a big fan of the audit report and what Ms. Patterson has done on this. I think, look at it this way. When one person died, David Rosenbaum, the city created an EMS task force. I know it was in result of a settlement with the Rosenbaum family, but I've documented 13 cases. We can't say that 911 was the cause, but we do know when these people died, there were delays and mistakes. The same old thing of bringing in a new director just doesn't seem to be working. There's systemic problems there that the audit reports have shown, and I think some of my reporting has shown, and maybe reporting from others. I think that the task force, bringing experts in from around the country who are real experts in this area, not beholden to something, will look at the structure. Possibly it needs to be changed. There's been the idea of putting the dispatching for fire and EMS back to fire and EMS. That's an idea that's worth looking at. There are a lot of things that are going on that are not working, and it's been so long. Something needs to be done to disrupt this and to move the ball forward. I love that you're trying to move this ball forward because it's taken a while for this. I love the action of deciding that Ms. Holmes wasn't right for this job anymore. I wish Ms. McGaffin well, but something else needs to be done. And I think the task force and getting the experts in there is a good way to do it.
Okay, thank you very much. That's helpful
Sure.
perspective. And in terms of kind of ways to bolster this legislation now to have some of these reforms and ideas structured in a way that can lead to these improvements, is there something or some things that you think would be most effective in addition to the task force?
The transparency issue is crucial. If we don't know what's really going on at DC 911 and they gave you all of us bad information about district dogs, how can the problems be fixed? As was pointed out, we're not getting all the data on the data dashboard, the stuff that you required. It's left out the dispatch queue to the actual dispatch. That's a crucial time period. It's a significant time period. So you look at that data dashboard, you have no idea how long it takes on average or the maximum times during that time period from the time a call is answered till it's dispatched. And you required that. And I really can't believe that Ms. McGaffin is coming to this hearing today and hasn't put that information on the dashboard. And there are a few other things on there. So the transparency issues, really knowing what happens when these significant incidents occur, and the data dashboard really being functional. And I would add one other element to that dashboard. We need to know on a daily basis the staffing at DC 911. How many people are showing up to work and wearing headsets, answering the calls of the people you heard from Ms. Barnes and Ms. Austin? They need to hear, we need to know every day who's answering those calls and if there is minimum staffing, and see how that correlates with the other stats that are on there. On those days when there's only 40% meeting the standard of answering in 911 in 15 seconds, were they 5 or 6 people below minimum staffing? We're not going to find that out till we get that transparency.
Okay. And then just lastly, there's been this debate, and we heard even a little bit from Ms. Austin about this, about the discretion versus automation. And that was something the auditor report talked about. Do you have a take on best practices to make sure that the over 1 million calls that we're receiving by nature of being the District of Columbia and the nation's capital has for the need for automation, but also the need for discretion to make sure that accuracy is met?
I could talk about this for an hour, but I won't. This is a problem in the 911 arena. There's a school of thought that you need to have well-trained call takers and dispatchers who know the area, know how the agencies operate, and can use their own brains, not just the computer's brain, that they use critical thinking. You train them well to use critical thinking. That's important. And I believe from what I've learned that the current criteria-based dispatch uses some of that. The idea of scripting everything, I think, is the wrong way to go. And if you saw in the audit report, when Cleo Sabito was the interim director, she agreed with everything in that report except the idea of scripting everything. And the reason is she knows that you have to have people who know the job. And you also, by the way, there are good people that do this job. I know I'm awfully critical, but we need to pay them well. We need to have good benefits for them. We need to make sure there's a career advancement for them. All of those things need to be done, but they also need to show up to work, and we need to know that they're there working. I hope this helps you.
Absolutely, it helps a great deal, and I will share that thanks and acknowledgement of the many hardworking people who work at OUC. Many of them are doing a great job. But we
They
want
are.
to make sure that the infrastructure is in place. So I appreciate that. I appreciate all of you.
May I add a few comments quickly?
Sure, Mr. Brennan, very quickly.
Very quickly. You know, the transparency question issue is very important, and staffing is important. But we also need other agencies to step up to the plate and to give OUC the kind of interagency support that is needed. The first line in getting new staffing or professional staff is going through the maze of DHR and the qualifications for persons who are call takers. You know, we need to come up with specialized skills, and as Mr. Statter indicated, you need people who think, who know the system. The criteria has to be more selective and specific for the task of improving the call takers and the operations of OUC. If you can't get the people properly trained, incentivized to do the work, to make I'm not going to say sacrifices, but to make the commitment to respond. It's more than an equipment issue, it's personnel. You need people who understand the life and death issue of someone who is on the other end making a call. That when someone calls, they're in a stressful situation. And the people who are on the other end need to be able to understand and respond and cope and deal with those callers who call in.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. I think that's a great point, that it's not just about geography training, but also the emotional training that is needed for that. Thank you for sharing. Thank you all. I'm going to turn to Councilmember Parker for a round of questions.
Thank you. I first want to start with Ms. Barnes and just offer my sympathies and appreciation for you sharing so candidly about your situation and your daughter's health issues. It is unacceptable. And if there's anything we can do on the council, please do reach out so we can be in touch. But really heart-wrenching testimony that you provided. Ms. Austin, I also appreciate your testimony. I had a similar question as Chair Pinto in terms of what the engagement was with the agency. You spoke to that. I would say since the incidents that you highlighted, are there other recommendations you might have for how we might get some of these very candid stories from what's happening on the ground?
Yeah, I think that we need to have a way as a citizen to be able to input, like a complaint website. If we've had an unsatisfactory situation, we need to be able to go in there and log it.
No, I think that's a good idea. And
I actually looked for that, by the way, after each of these incidents.
Because what I'm struck by every time even with the dashboard, which I'm really excited we have the dashboard. Shout out to Chair Pinto. I was proud to sign on to legislation bringing that about, but there are real human stories and experiences behind every story or number on that dashboard. And that is something we certainly could look at. Commissioner Branham, it is always great to have you. I really appreciate this call for interagency support for OUC. You're speaking about DCHR. One of the barriers that I know we're looking at currently is around how do we expand bonuses for those who work at OUC. There is some work that we need to do with DCHR. Are there other agencies you would encourage us to look at as you're encouraging us to think about interagency support?
Yes, we need greater agencies that have an impact on response time and travel. When the ambulances try to respond, they need to, there has to be some greater coordination with DPW and DDOT on how roads ambulances are transversed across the city. I'm sure we've all seen when people ambulances try to get through traffic during rush hour. It's a mess. It is truly a mess. There has to be some kind of coordinated effort from DPW and DDOT to on public awareness. As I said, when these emergency vehicles may be coming to save your life or someone you care about in an emergency, and people need to give greater deference to emergency vehicles trying to respond to calls, and people just
take that. I really appreciate that. And I know that was an issue with the flooding on Rhode Island. Dispatch, albeit late, happened and FEM's having issues getting to the area. Mr. Statter, I wanted to come to you in my remaining minute. I want to appreciate your tireless advocacy to get things right at OUC, and I believe that comes with great intentions. Two areas I wanted to lean on, but first I wanted to also validate the call for transparency. As I mentioned in my opening statement, I look forward to asking Director McGaffin how she plans to bring OUC in alignment with the law that has already been passed. And I would say that it's not just OUC. We are seeing across government just a willful decision to ignore the law. And I am really concerned about that. And that cannot stand. One thing I've heard from Director McGaffin is a focus on training in 20 seconds or less. What recommendations might you provide of where the agency should be focusing on training with its dispatchers?
I've long been an advocate for the geography training. I heard some of it's gone by the wayside because of the staffing issues. I'm sure it's very difficult right now to train a lot of people because she's got to fill the seats. She can talk to that better than I can. I think that knowing the city is really important, and knowing the protocols and how the various agencies operate is also equally important.
Thank you. That's really helpful. Thank you all for your testimony.
Great. Thank you very much, Councilmember Parker. Thank you all. Really appreciate you being here and sharing your stories and ideas, and we'll continue to work with you all as we move forward. Thank you. We're now going to call our next panel of public witnesses: Chloe Flowers, public witness; Deborah Steiner, public witness; Victoria Maroney, public witness; Robert Pittman, First District Police Citizens Advisory Council; Inka Bohm, Legal Aid DC; Sylvia Soltis, public witness; and Alex B, public witness. Give you all a moment to join in. While we get the rest of the panel in here, we can go ahead and get started with Inka Bohm.
Good morning, Chairwoman Pinto and honorable members of the committee. My name is Inka Bohm, and I am a community lawyer at Legal Aid DC. Legal Aid's domestic violence and family law unit attorneys work with domestic violence survivors, helping them file for civil protection orders and providing ongoing representation. Our attorneys meet survivors of domestic violence every day who are taking the steps to leave violent relationships and situations to find safety. Oftentimes, these steps begin with a call to 911. Through our work, we see the persistent challenges that await survivors who are fleeing violence and seeking protection. As a result, we can provide useful insight into the impact that OUC's failed responses have on domestic violence survivors. Every minute, approximately 20 people in the US experience physical abuse from an intimate partner. This is the equivalent of more than 10 million people in a year. In the District of Columbia, 40% of women and 20% of men will experience domestic violence in their lifetime, and these rates are higher than the national average. The number of district residents experiencing domestic violence is staggering, and many of those experiencing violence will call 911 for help. When those calls go unanswered, whether because the line keeps ringing, they are hung up on, or no help is sent following a call, people can and do face more serious violence and even death without a sufficient emergency response. Just as chilling is the impact that 911's failures have on district residents seeking help in the future after their trust in emergency response system has failed. For domestic violence survivors, it takes an average of 7 attempts to leave a violent relationship before a survivor leaves permanently. In our own practice and work with survivors, we see how unreliable 911 operations have resulted in crisis and confidence for district residents. Fewer and fewer survivors are willing to pick up the phone and call 911 to begin with. Legal Aid supports the intent of the proposed bill and the steps it proposes to improve OUC operations and hold the office accountable for its promised improvements. We provide the following recommendations and comments to improve OUC's response for domestic violence survivors. In our work, by the time clients do reach out, we are focusing on moving forward in safety planning and case planning, but we have noted an increase in clients reporting issues with calling for help from 911. Today, I would like to share with you some anecdotal information we have heard from multiple clients. Our client experiences demonstrate the need for more 911 call staff. Clients have reported calling 911 and being unable to get through to anyone. This is problematic for the obvious and immediate safety reasons, but also survivors of domestic violence are regularly asked if they called 911, if the police came out and took a report, or if an arrest was made. When the answer to any of these questions is no, more barriers are raised against survivors finding safety and security. We have also heard that sometimes when a 911 call taker is not able to answer and a caller hangs up, the caller may receive a call back at a later time. Calling anyone back unprompted or without permission while they are experiencing a violent interaction can be dangerous. This is especially true for domestic violence victims whose perpetrator may not know where they are or that they even have a phone. If OUC wants to retain the automatic robocall response, we would highly recommend making it an optional response for callers to select who are unable to be connected with 911 immediately. Other clients have reported being put on hold. In one case, the client called because her boyfriend had pointed a gun at her. She called 911 while he was turned away, but was put on hold. And by the time she was taken off hold, he had returned and she couldn't share much more information. Our clients' experiences demonstrate the need for additional training for 911 operators on domestic violence. Clients have reported 911 calls ending before call takers ask about immediate safety and are making sure that there is an immediate safety plan in place. They've also reported being told that MPD could not be on the scene for over an hour and that if they were not in immediate physical danger, that 911 could not offer them assistance. Stories from our clients also demonstrate the need for additional coordination between the call center and MPD district stations, with many of our clients being passed back and forth from 911 to their district station with no results. Legal Aid supports the proposed legislation and agrees that transparency and data collection are important. However, survivors of domestic violence in district cannot wait for the data to be collected and analyzed to see change. We have seen the impact that the failures of 911 emergency response has on survivors of domestic violence and urge the council to explore these concerns when considering this bill and to work with OUC representatives to identify additional efforts that should be taken in the immediate and in the long term to improve operations to ensure survivors and other district residents get the emergency help they need. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for being here. We will next turn to Sylvia Soltis, public witness.
Good morning, Chairperson Pinto and members of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety. My name is Sylvia Soltis, and I live and work here in the district. I'm a Ward 7 resident who has called DC my home for over 15 years. I thank Chairperson Pinto and Council members Parker and Henderson for introducing the OUC Transparency and Accuracy Amendment Act of 2023. Today, I will address what is positive about the bill, what improvements are needed, and why it is critically important. The bill is positive in that it demands of an agency that regularly fails people in their most vulnerable moments to share specific data points about its 911 call handling. Transparency is necessary to understand how OUC operates and identify where problematic patterns exist to best develop solutions. Publishing this data and being forthcoming about errors is something OUC has had years to do. In passing this bill, you have an opportunity to hold yourselves and our city to a higher standard. However, this bill does not do enough. Council should implement the suggestions from the 2021 audit and the 2023 letter signed by more than 100 current and former ANCs. The bill should include how many times automated robocallbacks are made by OUC after a person hangs up. And Council should also consider moving this bill forward on an emergency basis. Now, I want to personally share why getting this right matters. In 2023, I had the misfortune of needing 911 services in 2 unrelated dangerous situations. The first was on February 1st. That morning, I was standing on the Potomac Avenue Metro Station platform when a man entered the station and engaged in a shooting rampage. I ran and hid with another woman behind the elevator on the platform. I called 911, but my call went unanswered. Even now, 8 months later, I vividly remember the point at which I needed to hang up. I was rubbing the arm of the woman next to me so she would stay calm and not cry, which I worried might alert the shooter to where we were hiding. The woman became startled. My shoulders jumped, and I realized I had lost track of the gunshots while desperately listening for someone to answer my 911 call. I hung up. 2 months later, I was assaulted near my home in an attempted robbery. I and at least 2 witnesses called 911. 2 of us never had our calls answered. One, I understand, had to call more than once before being connected. These events were terrifying. Unfortunately, the trauma I experienced on those 2 occasions was compounded when no one would answer my 911 calls. OUC's failures inflict unnecessary trauma on people in need. It is wrong. I'm here today because no one should go through what I did. These events have taken a toll on me and my family. It took months before I could sleep through the night, to walk alone in my neighborhood. My 3 young children saw me in ways I wish they never had. It is an awful feeling to accept that you are on your own and no one is coming. In this bill, you have the power to push for meaningful change at OUC. You have the power to address OUC's failures, so hopefully no one else has to come before you to share how 911 failed them and the damage it caused them. Our community deserves better than our current broken system. I urge you to not lose sight of that. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
This for that rich testimony. Next, we will have Alex B.
Yes, if 911 works better, how many more Black people will be hurt or killed by interacting with the police? How many Black families wish the cops had gone to the wrong address? What if there was a big wreck in Minneapolis and cops were busy and George Floyd had made it home from the store that day? We've seen in this country all the permutations of how it can go wrong in the past few years. Police killing the actual 911 caller by mistake. Police killing people with mental health issues. How does a parent go on when they called 911 for help and the police killed their child, or a woman whose abuser is killed? There are 2 trials of cops going on right now, one about Elijah McClain, death he was dancing in the street in Colorado, and Manuel Ellis in Tacoma, Washington. After the cops came, he couldn't breathe. Another shooting happened in Manteo, North Carolina on Monday. And bringing in a chief from the U.S. Park Police, that's the agency that helped kill Delaneo Martin when he was asleep in a car, and in 2017 killed Bijan Gaisar after a GW Parkway chase, leading to a $5 million settlement. Police shooting people in cars, driving away, waking people up in cars and shooting them, hitting them on bikes with police cars. Officer charged with murder in the death of Antoine Gilmore. Officer convicted of murder for killing Karan Hilton Brown. Off-duty city employee shoots 13-year-old Karan Blake, and many more cases. $90 million plus in settlements. Is that just your job to sign the settlements or do something ahead of time? We don't need any more names. What are you doing to relieve the trauma and increase Black wealth and Black joy? This is traumatic. People are tired. Where are the alternatives to the police? Social workers, mental health responders, the Maurika Mannion video. What is this joking around frat house type mentality where you are pointing a gun at someone in a library and this is a guy training them? Instead, you want to come in here with your white privilege and not be an ally, but instead introduce new crimes like bringing back fare evasion to detain more people pre-trial. You have a document saying there's going to be reparations committee hearings in 2024-25. Is that really on track? Now, why not give Black kids free Metro cards and they can go to that hearing? How are the relatives of these people killed in police shootings ever supposed to go on? Indigenous Peoples Day is coming up. There was a Truth and Reconciliation Day in Canada. Where is the Truth and Reconciliation in DC? My ancestor came from Germany in 1775 to Charleston and had lots of enslaved people by 1812. He willed one person to each of his kids. These generations went to places like DC looking for a new future and expect to be safe. Are they safe to get away from the lynchings and terror and poverty in the South? Are they safe in DC with you and this council? These public hearings are all wacky. There are things introduced on October 2nd that are passed on October 3rd with no public hearing because it's labeled emergency. You have us are supposed to comment on something else waiting on here, and then on the same day you're introducing emergency crime bills. And people are coming to see 10 dozens of Black men every day. If they're all carrying a gun, they must be scared and in danger. We need to do something else. What would Harriet Tubman do? More power to the people.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will have Robert Pittman.
Good morning, Councilmember Parker, Chair Pinto, to Director McGrath, to our auditor, to our community and staff. I'm Robert Pittman, and I appear here to present testimony on behalf of the First District Police Citizens Advisory Council related to 911 operations and the current legislation proposed. I want to start by stating that the 1DCAC is in agreement that statistics and other data related to OUC 911 and 311 operations need to be more public. Director McGrath attended the 1DCAC March meeting where we discussed these very issues. In my direct conversations with the director, I find her to be a good listener and not opposed to looking at modifications to a system with such high demand. How call takers and dispatchers handle domestic violence calls is an interesting point, as someone already talked about. And while it may seem an easy legislative fix, I have some concerns. And related to that, which isn't in my testimony, perhaps as we look at the current equipment that is used, maybe there's a way to add a number, a designation to the responding agency, whether it's MPD, paramedics, or DBH or someone else, that notifies the type of response that should be taking place. I want to point, in my remaining time, I want to point out a few things. One, CAC and ANC members get calls and emails from neighbors describing all the things that we've already heard. What happened on the Potomac Avenue Metro station is horrible. And as the chair of the CAC in that area, my sympathies go out to the victim and what happened. I think it's important to recognize that most people no longer use landlines, and cell phone calls can be distorted for a variety of reasons. And it's important to take that into account with the director when you have that conversation with her. As I listen to neighbors and residents around our city state, it has become clear to me that language used to highlight when to use 311 versus 911 is not clearly understood by our residents, despite efforts to make it better. And I've had many conversations over many decades regarding that. I've served on mayoral task forces across many administrations to look at all of these issues. And while the Rosenbaum report is what people recognize, the EMS task force had actually been done before that. And all the Rosenbaum report did was regurgitate what we had done in the past. I've served on the Emergency Medical Services Advisory Committee. I chaired subcommittees on these issues, worked with Councilmember Patterson when she was the chair of the Judiciary Committee, Harold Brazil when he was the chair of the Judiciary Committee, Bill Lightfoot when he was the chair of the committee, to look at all of these different issues. The many complaints from residents who are in distress and have called 311 and should have dialed 911 is also something that we need to talk about. Do we have the correct equipment? Should we purchase an entirely new system complete with software and maintenance packages? What we found in the past is sometimes the administration, nothing against any administration, but they'll purchase equipment, don't get the software to keep it updated, don't make sure that our staff are properly certified, and all of those things contribute to what goes wrong. Also, something that I think is really important is we look at the call taker. What I don't know, and I don't know if you know this, is how do we rate the employee and when they are taking a call? How fast should they answer the call? Do they get rated for that? Or if they do, as a part of their qualification, as a part of keeping the job, how does that impact their ability to handle the call, simply forwarding it over to 311? The other issue that I want to raise is with the telephone reporting unit, and I've talked to the director about that. If people expect a police officer to show up, for example, and if the call becomes a telephone reporting issue, then it's possible that the caller does not know that that's what's going to occur. They're expecting someone to come and no one ever comes, and the police don't know that. There are other issues too. With the cell, I'll end with the cell tower issue. I know when I'm crossing the 14th Street Bridge that my 911 call, and I've made a number of them, may go to Arlington County. I know that. I know if I'm on Georgia Avenue, if I'm on Blair Road, that it may go to Montgomery County, or it may go to Prince George's County. It goes with the strongest signal and where the cell tower is. So I think while all of these issues are important, there are a number of technical issues that I hope that you will raise with the director. I know that she's capable of handling those discussions. I've had them with her, and I really hope that we can have a more comprehensive discussion where it relates to this topic. And definitely a task force is something that I think that we should reconsider. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Pittman. Appreciate all those great ideas.
Thank you, ma'am.
And thank you to all on this panel for your testimony. I want to start with you and Inka. I think I'm mispronouncing your name. Is it Bame?
Yes, it's Dave. No worries.
Inka Bame. Okay, great. So thank you for your testimony and your work with domestic violence survivors. As we think about best practices from a national standard and, you know, the high volume of calls that our call center receives many times are dropped if there's no response, if there's no conversation on the other end. Dealing with this population in particular, is that something we need to revisit? Is that not a good standard to make sure that there's an option for somebody who isn't in a position where they can speak at the other end of the line?
Now, I'd have to consult with some of my colleagues who might work more closely on this, but I do think that it should be revisited a little bit, just in terms of, you know, the one client who was put on hold and then couldn't really respond further. Obviously, this goes into issues with the callback, but like I said in my testimony, being able to have the option to call back might be a way of revisiting it. But I do think that there should be a little bit more scrutiny on how that's handled on a national and local level.
Okay, thank you. And when you talk about kind of robocall options, are you envisioning that as something that would happen at the front end, right when somebody calls, they can select that option? Or what do you think the best approach is for a robocall option?
I do think that the best approach is just to not have to worry about it in the first place and have enough calls center staff to be able to respond accordingly. But I do think front end might be easier for some survivors, but it might not be a one size fits all solution.
Okay, thank you very much. And Ms. Soltis, thank you for sharing about your very traumatic experiences that you had. So sorry to hear that, and I think it's really gets to the core of why we need to see some improvements here. Similarly to some of our previous witnesses, I'm curious if you had any other interactions with OUC after those events where they kind of explained what happened to you, or if there's any other further outreach.
Days after the attack in April, I emailed all of the council members, our mayor, and Ms. McGaffin, and the responses were disappointing. I found that Ms. McGaffin continued to say that she had no record of my calls on April I showed screenshots of my phone via email. I also shared screenshots of my calls in February. And she continued to thank me for allowing her to have the opportunity to investigate this, and it is now done. I pointedly asked that the people who were kind enough to help me in April, whether she could provide more information about all of our calls, because even though she may have alleged that my calls did not go through, there were other people who did. In fact, when police ultimately arrived far too late, one of the men that was with me that was helping, he checked his voicemail, and the same automated response that I had received in February, that callback, he was getting it. And so I asked Ms. McGaffin for more information on my calls, on his calls, and another woman who also had helped. I shared their contact information. I shared the times at which they called because they had been in touch with me. And I also asked how long I had waited in February for someone to pick up. I received no answers. The only answer that I was being told repeatedly was, "We have no record of your April calls. Thank you for the opportunity to allow us to investigate it." It was an insult. So
Okay.
yes, I did receive a response. Was it satisfactory? No.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much.
I still actually don't know how long I waited in February.
Right.
All I know is I kept getting callbacks, trying to place me not with a live person, but an automated response saying, "You call 911. Please get back on, sort of get back on the hold," which is, for me in that moment in February, it was terrifying because my phone was going off. And here I am trying to keep the woman next to me quiet and calm. And yet my phone is going off because 911 couldn't pick up the phone, but now wants to put me back on hold.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you very much for sharing that additional context. And I'm sorry again that happened to you. We're going to work with the agency to get to the bottom of it and to try to make sure that it doesn't happen to more people. Mr. Pittman, I'm over time, but I do just want to flag this idea about the cellular data, because I think it's really important to your point that, landlines aren't as common as they once were. And I think in our conversations with OUC, that's where it becomes important for the duality of the data from the cell phone caller, but also the corresponding information that the caller is sharing verbally about where they are, to try to make sure those two things are matched. And that's something that we're going to continue to push on. So thank you very much. And thank you all. I'm going to turn to my colleague, Councilmember Parker, for any questions he may have. And just want to note, we're having some issues with our clock. So Councilmember Parker, as a reminder, with 5-minute rounds. And if you could just kind of self-monitor while we try to get that back live, that would be great.
Spread, don't take too long. I will try to stay well under 5 minutes. Thank you all for your testimony. Ms. Boehm, are there specific trainings you would encourage OUC to look at regarding handling domestic violence calls?
I will consult with my colleague on that who has worked on those trainings, and I'll make sure that they're part of our written testimony that we submit later. But yeah, we can for sure pass those along to you.
That would be helpful. And I would underscore that Director McGaffin has said training is among one of her top priorities. And so as many specific recommendations we can receive, I think the better. Ms. Solstice, I associate myself with Chairperson Pinto's comments and just want to extend my condolences for what was a very traumatic incident. I recall that Metro incident, and just hearing you talk about it is traumatic for me. What I can commit to doing is following up with you and working with Chair Pinto to attempt to get the answers that you still have not been able to get from OUC. I would say that's unacceptable. I want to better understand what's at the bottom of that. but you have my commitment to work alongside Chair Pinto to try to get those answers. I'm assuming Chair Pinto has your contact, and so we can follow up. And if you wouldn't mind, just to double ensure, if you could just chat me your email address, I'll make sure my team reaches out. And Robert Pittman, I wanted to come to you on a few things. You had expressed concern around adding domestic violence metrics. Can you elaborate on that?
So it goes to the previous testimony. I'm worried that making a phone call back to someone who is in that stressful situation will actually harm them. But what I'm thinking is that hopefully the equipment that is currently used by OUC could utilize different techniques to reach that person, whether it's through a text or whether there's some type of automated system, sort of like what we experienced yesterday with the EAS, with the emergency response, without a tone, to let that caller know, hey, we have your call. Is this a domestic situation? If it is, tap on the red button, something like that. I'm sure you can see where I'm going there.
So just to make sure I'm tracking, it's less about tracking data related to those types of drop calls and domestic violence situations, but it's more so the technical adaptation of the technology to ensure we're not endangering people's lives if they're in the middle of an incident.
I want to do both. And I think you do too. We want to track it. We want to know where it is. It's something actually that I'm asking from the MPD. We need to know how many domestic calls do we have in each of our police districts. And it's something that I've talked about in the Chiefs Advisory Council meetings. I think each of us need to know what's going on in our communities and how we can best assist. And I think this would help us. OUC can be a better tool than what it currently is.
No, I agree. And this is going to be my last question for the sake of time. I also want to thank Alex B. for your testimony. Mr. Pittman, you talked about enhancements necessary for technology. I've heard some criticisms for OUC's plans to enhance technology, suggesting that the agency needs to focus on basic functions and getting the foundational elements right. Can you just elaborate more? You talked about we need to enhance technology there. Was that more about the calls bouncing off in Maryland, or did you have other ideas in mind?
No, sir. I actually not. It's more about making sure that doing a qualitative analysis of the equipment that is actually functioning as it should. If we're losing that many calls, then something's wrong with the equipment. So I'm thinking about that. In addition to that, obviously training is very important, and so I really think it's both.
Okay. I appreciate it. I would just use the last 10 seconds to say, I think training is paramount here. And one of the things that I am hoping to work with Chair Pinto on and working with the executive on is how do we repurpose staff in our government to make sure that there are not staffing shortages at OUC, because these are critical. And so if we have agencies where we have people sitting behind desks, how do we train them and get them in these OUC seats in the meantime? Until we can get permanent folk to hold those positions. Thank you all for your testimony.
And if I could have 3 seconds, based on what I've heard, I think there needs to be a trauma committee from OUC and the other public safety agencies that go back to people, to Ms. Solstice and others, and talk to them. There has to be closure to trauma. And we have so much trauma in our communities. And it can't just be a task force of us community people and the council. It has to be a governmental entity that goes back to people who've experienced this trauma and are actually able to help them through this and find closure. So thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much. I think that's a great idea, Mr. Pittman. And certainly a huge need across agencies and something that we should definitely explore. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you to all of our panelists on this, all of our witnesses on this panel. Really appreciate you all being here and sharing your testimony. We are now going to turn to our third and final panel of public witnesses today. where we will hear from our advisory neighborhood commissioners. We have Colleen Costello, ANC 5B05, Huma Imtiaz, ANC 5E04, Eric Heller, ANC 4C07, Jeffrey Ruckauer, ANC 2B02, Evan Yeats, ANC 4B04, Shander Jayaratman, ANC 6B06, and Chrysanthi Corniotis, ANC 4D04. Thank you all so much for being here. Really appreciate it. And we are going to start with Commissioner Costello.
Thank you, Chairperson Pinto and council members for the opportunity to testify today. Thank you as well for all of the public witnesses, including my neighbor, Tony Barnes, who have shared their harrowing experiences with you. My name is Colleen Costello. I am the ANC for 5B05, a position I've held since 2021. During my time as an ANC, I am aware of at least 3 individuals within my single member district alone who faced tragic consequences after OUC mishandled 911 calls. I am one of them. The daughter of Tony Barnes, who you heard from earlier, is another. Armando Martinez Ramos, who was killed by a Children's National shuttle driver at 10th and Michigan in 2021, was the third. Informed by these experiences and how close they hit to home, on September 5th this year, I led more than 100 current ANCs in sending a letter to you, OUC Director McGaffin, and the mayor, urging a number of reforms related to the district's 911 call system. To date, that letter has been signed by 115 current ANCs from all 8 wards, who collectively represent 230,000 district residents, nearly 1/3 of the city's entire population. Our first request in that letter was for this committee to hold an OUC oversight hearing. Thank you for doing so today. I appreciate that. I offer several recommendations in my written testimony, which I will submit after the hearing today, on ways to strengthen the OUC Transparency and Accuracy Amendment Act. In the interest of time, I'll refer you to those written remarks in lieu of offering oral testimony about the bill. The one thing I will say about that bill is this. While requiring more data is helpful for transparency, it will not fix OUC. It won't even come close. We already have a lot of data and it all tells the same story. OUC is failing badly, and it has been for years. More data will not change that narrative or fix the agency. And that's why I and current and former ANCs recommended that the council create an independent 911 task force to examine chronic and systemic problems at the agency and issue recommendations to address them. To my knowledge, no current council member has ever worked in a 911 call center or has experience as a first responder. Independent experts who are experienced in that field would be well positioned to advise this body better than anyone else here today on the reforms needed to bring our city's 911 system up to national standards. Among other things, the panel can examine data, provide a comparative assessment of other major cities' 911 systems, and recommend changes that will avoid unintended consequences elsewhere in the public safety system. There is precedent for the creation of this kind of task force. In 2016, the council created an integrated healthcare task force, which resulted in the creation of the nurse triage line. That line has helped to divert an estimated 25,000 non-emergency calls to urgent care and telehealth services, which has helped to conserve fire and EMS resources for residents who truly require them. I do understand that Director McGaffin is new to her role, but she is not new to OUC, and nor are these problems new for the agency. I therefore urge the council to resist the urge to give yet another new OUC director a chance before pursuing major OUC reforms. The council has given 3 different directors a chance in the last 6 years, and OUC continues to fail district residents. Enough is enough. I will add one other point, Chair Pinto. Far from being a layer of bureaucracy, an independent task force will save this body, the time and trouble of passing piecemeal legislation that attempts to tackle this issue one fragment at a time. By inviting outside experts to advise on this from the ground up, the council will accomplish something Mayor Bowser has been unable or unwilling to do since she first took office, and that is to depoliticize OUC. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Costello. Next, we will turn to Commissioner Huma Imtiaz, ANC 5E04.
Thank you, Council Member, and thank you to members of the committee for holding this crucial hearing on the Office of Unified Communications. My name is Humayun Imtiaz. I am the ANC Commissioner for Single Member District 504, which covers parts of Bloomingdale and Edgewood and Ward 5. I'm submitting this testimony in my capacity as an individual commissioner and not on behalf of the entire commission. I want to first acknowledge that listening to Sylvia's testimony earlier on this panel was devastating, and yet OUC leadership has not been held accountable. She and the others who have testified so far should not have to relive their trauma, and this is unacceptable. In August of this year, the devastating incident at District Dogs, where two of my neighbors lost their beloved pet, exposed what many in the district have experienced firsthand for years. Our 911 system is broken. Every resident in the district should have faith that when they call 911, someone will answer their call and dispatch accurately and speedily the needed resources, be that an ambulance, MPD, or the fire department. However, that faith is broken, and the responses from your OUC leadership or lack thereof do not inspire confidence that we are on the correct path forward. A resident in my single member district wrote to me that she was put on hold on 911 for 6 minutes, while someone was attempting to break into her house. She was alone in the house with her baby. She is lucky that the assailant gave up and left, because it also took MPD 40 minutes or so to arrive, which is a discussion for another day. She is not unique. Multiple folks have shared that they have experienced some kind of delay when calling 911, or that they have had trouble explaining an address to an OUC dispatcher. There have been multiple documented incidents of dispatchers sending emergency responses to the wrong quadrant, leading to fatal results. 20 years ago, a breakdown of communications at OUC in responding to a house fire in Adams Morgan led to the death of one person. My spouse knew one of the residents of that house and heard firsthand the trauma that residents of that place went through. For 20 years to have gone by, and for us as a district to be back here again is unconscionable. Please do better. Our lives are at stake. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Imtiaz. Next, we will turn to Commissioner Jeffrey Rockhour, ANC 2B02.
Thank you, Chair Pinto. And thanks for the opportunity to testify. My testimony is based on my capacity as a district resident and not an official position of ANC 2B. It cannot be overstated that the safety and the very lives of everyone in the district depend upon a fully functional and reliable 911 system. The repeated mistakes and failures plaguing OUC that have ballooned in recent years and the staffing shortages exacerbating them were warned about sufficiently in advance to mitigate them. The refusal of the executive to act on these reports and heed the warnings, the refusal of the executive and Director Gaffin in the absence of meaningful consequences and effective oversight by the council has landed us where we are. People have died because of this appalling dysfunction, and it's all too likely more will for the very same mistakes and dereliction of responsibility. It's beyond unnerving to consider what could happen in the event of a major emergency if OUC is not immediately rehabilitated. A decades-old failing is the alarming lack of geographical knowledge of the district among center staff. Too many times callers deal with operators who have little or no knowledge of how the street grid works or even where major landmarks are. It boggles the mind that a job that is all about location information is frontline people who are literally clueless about fundamentals like cross streets or where DuPont Circle is. I've had a number of arguments with operators that DuPont Circle is not Fort DuPont or DuPont Park. In the case of that, visitors to the city calling for an emergency, many may not know where they are. So it's essential that operators are able to help figure it out based on their knowledge of the city. A non-negotiable basic requirement of all public-facing staff is accurate knowledge of the district's geography, along with Metro Rail, Metro Bus, and circulator routes. In a related vein, operators needed to be afforded respect as emergency response professionals, not glorified switchboard operators. They need compensation that recognizes their value and service, provide for professional development and advancement, and have available support for their emotional and mental well-being because of the stressful environment and sometimes disturbing natures of calls. There's an issue with the master address repository not containing all valid street addresses for street-level entrances to some buildings, especially downtown and in mixed-use buildings. This can cause emergency responders to go to an incorrect location a good distance from the location of the call because OUC relies on the MAR for selecting addresses. ANC 2B passed a resolution in September asking the Department of Buildings to ensure that it's feeding all of the addresses to the database. I asked that OUC work with DOB and Octo to ensure that they are able to identify a location for a call as valid and not dispatched to a building's main address. Perhaps the most fundamental flaw is OUC's lack of recognized best practices and procedures versus operating by its own arbitrary, fluid, and inconsistently enforced rules that makes catastrophic mistakes and dysfunction the operational norm. The council should require that all public-facing team leaders be IAED certified, the International Academies of Emergency Dispatch. That the OUC maintains its certification as an IAED accredited center of excellence. This will take some time to accomplish, but without a solid framework of standards and metrics to guide operations and determine effectiveness, sustainable improvement and success cannot be achieved. An additional benefit will be the self-esteem of team workers. Their contributions to the mission will be demonstrable and should foster pride in their work, individually and as a group. It's easy to call out the executive for the complete absence of meaningful leadership or oversight of OUC because it's painfully reported in the media all too often. But the council has equally failed to exercise its responsibility and authority to intervene, compel compliance. Bill 25344 does add incremental improvements to the rules, but it continues to fail to provide any means of determining or compelling communication, compliance, or dealing with scenarios of sustained failure or refusal to comply with the law. This is the Achilles heel of much of DC legislation. No means of enforcement or meaningful consequences for non-compliance or disobedience. I urge you, Councilmember Pinto, to include conditions for timely responsiveness and candid transparency from the director and compliance with the law by OUC. Establish milestones for performance of improvement as well as consequences for not meeting those objectives. Council oversight should include automatic events triggered by OUC's meeting or missing milestones, failing or refusing.
Okay, just one more time, if I could ask you to summarize and wrap up.
Yeah, okay. So it's just basically the council needs to step up and enforce the rules and laws that it's passing and hold agencies accountable and hold the executive accountable since these are executive agencies. So happy to answer any questions and I look forward to working on this.
Great. Thank you so much, Commissioner. Thanks for your testimony and being here. All right, Commissioner Eric Heller, ANC 4C07.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairwoman Pinto, council members, fellow commissioners, and members of the public. My name is Eric Heller. I am the Advisory Neighborhood Commissioner for SMD 4C07. I'm here in my capacity as an individual commissioner representing my SMD. Per OUC, DC 911 is the public's lifeline for police, fire, and medical services in the district. But as we have heard over the course of this morning, in recent years, DC's 911 service has been plagued by chronic issues and errors, eroding confidence in the city's emergency response system. Many gut-wrenching events over the past years, some which have been incredibly high profile and others which sadly have been unknown to many citizens, have become the examples community leaders point to when asking the legislature and executive for actions that are needed. Recognizing that there is a yawning gulf between the highly publicized horrific events such as that at District Dogs and the lack of accountability and transparency that followed that my fellow commissioner described, and the statistics that thanks to this body, OUC publishes in part. I polled my SMD to just understand their experiences with OUC and fill in some of this gulf. And I'd like to share just a few of the understandably anecdotal comments. First, one constituent noted they'd witnessed a shooting and it took 9 minutes for an operator to answer. Second, a different constituent had an individual breaking into their neighbor's garage. It took 5 minutes for 911 to pick up and an hour for first responders to arrive. Third, after witnessing a bicycle motorcycle accident, and a constituent noted they needed to call 3 times to get through. And fourth, an individual noted that their call was cut off after ringing without answer. Again, consistent with many of the things you've heard this morning. This is the proverbial blocking and tackling of 911, and residents are not getting what they deserve. If we do look at the numbers, just in the last week of September, as has already been called out, we had multiple days when less than 50% of calls were answered in under 15 seconds. Similarly, the number of callers abandoning their 911 calls increased over the same week. And then couple that with the increasing metrics from July and August, highlighting the numbers of shifts that were understaffed. The point here is that the examples are not just one-offs. The numbers support our residents' experiences. And I'm here today to share these experiences, but also to commit in my capacity to helping bring our community that is directly affected by these matters close to this committee's critical oversight work. In being here, I would offer my continued support for the letter that I and over 100 ANC commissioners signed last month, and would like to just call out a couple of key recommendations that I would encourage this committee to consider. First, I would respectfully request the committee help establish an independent 911 task force, as you've already heard described, to examine and assess some of these systemic problems that have been documented, review previous investigations and pilot programs, and then expeditiously issue recommendations and implementation. Second, I would ask for this committee to drive for the transparency that callers and the public deserve by supporting OUC releasing 911 recordings and transcripts in two specific instances. The first is that if an individual caller wants to request that recording or transcript, they should be able to do so directly without having to go through a FOIA process. Second, OUC should be self-releasing recordings or transcripts, obviously after removing identifiable information from incidents in which loss of life occurred and or suspected OUC errors occurred. Beyond transcripts, this need for transparency extends to the provisions in the bill currently before this committee to make permanent OUC's public reporting, which I support. To that end, I do have suggestions that I'll include in my written testimony, and I'm happy to engage in more detail in the Q&A. And finally, I would encourage this committee on the heels of the aforementioned task force inquiry to support OUC in ensuring they not only attract talent, but give the talent the needed training to succeed and stay. I'm encouraged by OUC's efforts to increase staffing with signing bonuses. I would encourage OUC to increase those signing bonuses to attract the best. But to this committee, I would note that signing bonuses only address one facet, and that's attracting candidates. All of these other fundamental changes are what's required to lead these individuals to stay and build the needed expertise. So I'll end where I started. As you know, DC 911 is our residents' lifeline. No one wants to have to make the call, but when they do, they deserve, and our first responders deserve, the most timely and accurate help we can give them. Thank you for your time, for prioritizing this issue, and for the opportunity to speak before you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I'm going to ask all commissioners to help me by monitoring your time as well. Next, we will go to Commissioner Evan Yeats, ANC 4B04.
Hi, Councilmember Pinto. Thank you so much for having me today. And I also want to thank all my fellow commissioners for testifying. I am actually testifying on behalf of Advisory Neighborhood Commission 4B, and I'm authorized to do so by resolution. Last week, we passed a comprehensive set of recommendations, once again, for improvements at the Office of Unified Communications. But one of the things I want to talk about is that this is a continued failure. Councilmember Pinto, real quick while I have you though, I think my time should be 5 minutes since I'm testifying on behalf of an organization I'm authorized by resolution. Is that correct?
Yes, that's fine. We can address that call.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that, but one of the things I wanted to talk about is I've been in office since 2019, first ran for election in the Tacoma neighborhood in 2018, and concerns about OUC have permeated my community since then. The first resolution passed by Advisory Neighborhood Commission 4B was in my first year in office there, and we have regularly passed one or two resolutions every year since. Speaking about the ongoing issues with the Office of Unified Communications. While I appreciate the recent attention to the problem, it's disappointing and disturbing that these ongoing issues have permeated the district for the last 4 or 5 years. As a former police dispatcher and emergency responder, I know how critical the role of dispatchers are in our community and ensuring that there is timely emergency and non-emergency response to our community members. And over time, I have discovered that concern is frequently not shared by the council, by the administration, and occasionally by the leadership of OUC. Things that I considered no-brainers, right? Working cooperatively across jurisdictions to ensure that we are responding with the closest available assets as quickly as possible is something that OUC, for instance, passes the buck on regularly. Being able to consistently get the same set of information about various calls is something that doesn't happen consistently. And I'll say these issues occur over and over again. It was December 2018, right before I took office, when I got my first complaint about an OUC response and tried to advocate for a commissioner. I had one roll into my email while I'm sitting here right now waiting to testify. To say the situation hasn't improved would be quite accurate. So I wanted to go ahead and elaborate a little bit on the recommendations in our resolution. The first one of which is that in 1998, the Office of the Inspector General conducted a compensation study of OUC and determined that we were underpaying call takers compared to neighboring jurisdictions. Rather than signing bonuses, looking comprehensively at compensation for call takers, especially in the immediate area, when you have highly trained people who are mobile, right? If you live in DC, it's very easy for you to take a job in Prince George's County if the pay and working conditions are better, right? If we conduct that study, determine what the resolutions need to be, it makes us have a more stable workforce. We are grateful to Auditor Kathy Patterson for her work on OUC. Our commission was the first one to call for the auditor's office to release an audit, and she took us seriously, and she did so. We urge her to continue that work and to continue to release follow-up audits to ensure that the recommendations are followed through on. We continue to recommend that the Office of Unified Communications update its performance dashboards to include metrics like call queue to dispatch and dispatch to first unit on scene to match constituent experiences with calls. This is all information that OUC has already, right? So it should be very easy for a dispatch statistic to reflect the experience of a constituent who is calling 911, how long they're on hold, how long it takes to be put into a queue, how long it takes the call to be dispatched, and then finally when the first unit arrives on scene, which is the experience that our constituents talk to us most about, and can also be an early warning sign for response time troubles at other agencies, since we're talking about staffing at several of our emergency response agencies more broadly. And then finally, our recommendation to the Council of District of Columbia is to clarify what information is available under the Freedom of Information Act to ensure that we are consistently getting the same set of information. It should not change, while it unfortunately has, that the director of OUC decides in a specific instance what information is made public and what information is not made public. Providing a consistent set of information that is available to the public on request is standard practice. We should just put it in legislation. I will say, to Director McGathen's credit, she is more transparent and provides information. But I will say Karima Holmes turned down requests for the exact same set of information that I'm now able to get from Director McGathen and said that it was confidential and could not be shared, right? So by setting it legislatively, you ensure that people are always able to get the information needed, and we're able to advocate on behalf of our constituents. Because the honest truth is also sometimes OUC does well, right? And we should be able to go back and say, you know what, this call was handled appropriately, people were dispatched in a timely fashion, and having information and transparency enables us to do that as well. I can't emphasize enough the seriousness of this situation. I have had constituents that still have open questions about people that died during responses to calls. And obviously, I think that I am kind of at a loss, having appeared before this council before and appeared before the mayor before in an effort to improve OUC for the last 5 years, what we're going to do next. And I urge you to take our recommendations seriously and act on them promptly. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Commissioner. And thank you to your whole commission for passing the resolution approving this testimony today, and appreciate those ideas, and we'll come back to you all for some questions. Next, we will turn to Commissioner Chandra Jayaraman from ANC 6B06.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Pinto and members of the Public Safety Committee. I am testifying today as a single member district commissioner, not on behalf of ANC 6B, but I will note that ANC 6B did send a separate letter regarding this matter in August of this year, and so that's been officially properly submitted to the committee on this topic. A lot of the points I was going to cover have already been touched on, so I will keep my remarks brief. But I did want to talk a little bit about a few of the points, particularly, well, let me start before that. with thanking Commissioner Costello for her leadership in bringing this and highlighting the shortcomings and the failings. I also want to thank my neighbor Sylvia, who testified in the last panel very emotionally and very frankly about the impact of failures can have on real life residents in DC. My recommend, I also come before this committee as an expert in the field. I work every day in the field of emergency preparedness planning. I do trainings. I write active shooter procedures, fire response procedures, and I do those trainings. You know what's consistent in all of those is that I say, call 911. Call 911. That's one of the first steps that we put in there. But what happens when they don't answer? Well, I don't have an easy answer for that. I've come up with some. Text 911, text 50411. But in an emergency situation, those are really, really hard to do and hard to remember. So the 911 call system, a live person answering, is the linchpin of our society when our residents are in their most vulnerable. And they need people, and they need our OUC call center to answer and meet the basic national standards that have been set, which is 15 seconds. In terms of transparency, I think we can do more than this legislation currently does. First, I believe that CAD reports, or also known as computer-aided dispatch reports, should be released. I concur with Commissioner Heller that certainly identifiable information should be redacted, but they should be made available. And I believe Councilmember Zachary Parker also made those remarks about the need for OAC to release those kinds of documents to families and to the general public. Mr. Statter also mentioned having a good understanding on a daily basis of what are the staffing levels that are there. And I would hope that the commission, you or the commission will ask the director whether 311 call takers are the backup. Are they available to fill in shortages at the 911 call center? Because we know staffing changes on a day-to-day basis. And I think we also need to provide better pay for professional development for our dispatchers. It is not just a 9-to-5 job that anybody can do. They are professionals. They ought to be treated that way, and they ought to be paid that way. 4, we should establish a career pathway for students coming out of high school where this is a viable and realistic path where they can become call takers. If the need is there, let's start to build a pipeline so that our residents can fill those jobs and not somewhere else. In the interim, I might recommend that we look to temporary staffing agencies if necessary to make sure that we have the appropriate number of call takers. Finally, I believe that MPD officers should be directly involved in dispatch decisions because they know other officers, what other officers are listening for. And so there ought to be some more coordination about whether what is being received by the dispatchers is accurate and it's accurately being disseminated out to our first responders. I've taken up more than my time that I have, so I will stop at that point. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. I really appreciate all of those great ideas. We will next turn to Commissioner Chrysanthi Corniotis from ANC 4D04. Am I pronouncing your name correctly?
That's very well done, Councilmember Pinto. But you can also call me Commissioner Cece because that's what most people call me. So I thank you for holding this hearing, and like my fellow ANC commissioners, I'd like to thank Commissioner Costello for taking the lead on this during a very, very, very I can't say very enough, difficult time for she and her family. I come to this hearing representing my single member district, not my 4D commission. I became a commissioner in January of this year, and but I have been a resident of the district since June of 2005. and I've seen a lot. I used to live in the Chevy Chase area before moving to my home in Petworth. And I remember distinctly my mother coming to visit for her birthday in February of 2010 when we had Snowmageddon. And I remember her saying, like, where are the snowplows? Like, what's happening here? Because we're from Massachusetts. And so the snowplows are out even before the snow starts. And, you know, shortly thereafter, I feel as though the district made a concerted effort to improve our snow cleanup. And I propose that we take a similar approach when it comes to assessing and improving the Office of Unified Communications, whether that means separating 311 calls versus 911 calls or what have you. And then fast forward 8 years, when my mom had been sick with a recurrence of breast cancer, and we called 911 towards the very end in October. Actually, it'll be 5 years on Saturday since she's passed. But I just remember feeling so lucky that we live near two firehouses. A lot of residents don't. And so when my mom was going into septic shock, we were able to get her to the hospital timely, to the extent where she lived for 3 weeks, where we could process what was happening. And then my most recent example of dealing with the Office of Unified Communications was when my soon-to-be adopted daughter, foster daughter, was still with her birth family. And they called when she turned gray. She was born with a heart condition that that the birth family hadn't really addressed in a timely fashion. And she coded twice on the way to the hospital to Children's in a taxi because it took too long for the ambulance to come. Luckily, by some miracle, she received her heart surgery and is now thriving, as I said, by the grace of God, because I know that it could have been much worse. But when I heard about, and I know I'm over time, so I'll be very quick, but when I heard about the district dog tragedy, it as an animal lover, I can say wholeheartedly that it just really got to me, and I reached out directly to Commissioner Costello because it was just so heartbreaking. But I think in that situation specifically, it isn't necessarily only the failures of the Office of Unified Communications. It's the fact that that location was even licensed, given the flood-related vulnerabilities. So that's a multifaceted situation by any stretch. But I think as a city, if we approach things as a team, similar to what we've done in terms of weather preparedness, et cetera, anything's possible. But right now, I think the efforts are so disjointed and politicized that it's hard to make any headway. So I will, as a commissioner, and I don't want to speak on my commission, but I think we're really on board as to how do we make concerted improvements moving forward and in an effective and timely manner.
Great. Well, thank you, Commissioner CC. And thank you all of the commissioners for being here today. And Commissioner Costello for initiating this letter that over 100 commissioners signed on to, which I think is very telling of the need for reforms and changes, and how often you all are hearing from your constituents about this. I take very seriously our partnership with our ANC commissioners, and really going to need that continued partnership as we work to have more sustainable solutions here. So I kind of want to just pose to all of you, as we think specifically about this dashboard and public information, what sorts of things have you either been hearing from residents or additions that you think need to be a part of it to make that public dashboard as strong as possible?
I'll jump at that.
Go ahead, Commissioner Markowitz.
Yeah, the lack of call time to dispatch is something that's been repeated a number of times because it doesn't provide any information in terms of how long it takes to actually roll a responder. And that's it's necessary to know that because there are various factors that come into play with equipment heading there, but it's, you've got this back and forth where OUC says, well, we've dispatched them here, we dispatched them there, but we don't know that the dual over the air issue is going in a timely manner. And there's also the issue of abandoned radio calls, where the people who are supposed to be monitoring the radio frequencies for calls from units, that they're often not being monitored. There could be gaps. Like I think there was one recently. It was almost 15 minutes that there was no response. Another was like 6 minutes that they were off a channel, and that leaves the responders in the field sometimes at a loss in terms of if they need to verify an address, or they think they've got the wrong location, or they need additional resources to be dispatched. That's not being communicated or conveyed in a timely manner. So that's something that we focus mainly on the telephone aspects, but that radio monitoring is also a critical component that needs to be attended to.
Okay, thank you very much. And I do have a couple other questions, so I'll keep moving through. Commissioner Jayaraman and then Commissioner Eads.
Yeah, thank you very much. I really think it is how the OUC operates is you have a whole bank of 911 call takers. Then you have a separate section of dispatchers. That's all they do. And so it's transmitted over to the dispatchers and then they're sending it out. What we don't know is there a back and forth between the call taker and the dispatcher, because there's some information that's not clear. We don't know what that is and how long that takes. Now, certainly the measurement from the time that the dispatcher gets it, they then contact the first responder, whether it's fire, police, or fire, and have them go on the run or the call for service. We should know exactly how long that takes, and that should be one of the metrics that is reported out. Also, how long did it take for each call to be answered? And again, separating out 311, this is really emergency 911. We should track how many of those and how long did that take from receiving the call to when it was answered, and when then it subsequently was referred to dispatch. So those are the two main things.
That's a great idea. And let me just add to this too, in addition to the task force, which I think is a really interesting idea here, if there are other kind of short-term solutions that you'd like to see addressed in this legislation, we'll go to Commissioner Heats, then Costello, and Heller.
Yeah, I agree with the call time to dispatch recommendation. I still think, as we said in our resolution, that first unit on scene time is a valuable addition because it reflects the actual perception of our constituents. And also, as we have discovered when we try to investigate situations where things have gone astray on a border community. One of the issues that are constantly at the front of our mind is, did you dispatch the most close appropriate resource? Current protocol at OUC requires the fire department or the police department to request mutual aid, right? They can't independently dispatch neighboring resources, right? Reach out to Montgomery County in our case, or Prince George's County in our case, to make sure that the closest resources get there. For instance, one time they dispatched a fire department from Connecticut Avenue when there's an ambulance a half a mile away in downtown Tacoma Park, right? And so reflecting that, when you see long on-scene arrival times for an emergency call, you can then know there's a problem there and research what the issue may be occurring behind the scenes. And then with the regards to the call monitoring that Commissioner Ruckagar mentioned, I just think it should be clear that call-ins over radio should be included in metrics, right? After the fatal fire on Kidney Street in 2019, it took 4 minutes to dispatch the fire call from the MPD officer, right? This was an issue that occurred then. And they said that it shouldn't be judged against, OUC at the time said it shouldn't be judged against call-taking performance times because it was an on-air radio call. And so those don't count the same way. But an emergency call is an emergency call regardless of the source, and should be included in the performance metrics that way.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Costello?
Yes, thank you. I think a couple of points have already been shared, but I just reiterate a few of them. The bill as currently drafted would require OUC to report on the number of shifts that were operated under minimum staffing levels, but I don't know that that information is particularly useful. It will not tell the council which shifts are more prone to understaffing, which specific positions like call takers versus dispatchers were understaffed, or why those seats were empty on a shift. So I think the committee needs to amend the legislation to request more granular data from OUC. Specifically, OUC should provide the number of dispatchers, call takers, and text to 911 staff who are separate from the call takers who have worked each shift. And OUC should clearly define when each shift begins and ends. OUC should provide information on the number of employee callouts for a particular shift. It should provide information on whether staffing levels for each shift met minimum staffing requirements. And if those staffing requirements were not met, what the differential is between the minimum requirements and actual staffing levels. I also agree with another commissioner who said that, I think another commissioner said this, that OUC should be providing queue to dispatch times. I would go even further and require OUC to report more detail about the queue to dispatch times. My understanding from reading information that OUC itself has publicized is that there are different standards for MPD dispatch times and fire and EMS calls. And so I think OUC should provide queue to dispatch times separately for MPD calls and fire and EMS calls. Further, it should also separate out the queue to dispatch times for each priority level of a call. Priority 1, which is the most serious type of call, priority 2, or priority 3. Because there are different standards or thresholds that MPD and fire and EMS are supposed to meet, as I understand it, for each different level of priority. So knowing exactly how many, what the dispatch times are for each type of call would be really useful. And it will tell you how many priority 1 or life-threatening calls have had very slow dispatch times. And I think that information will inform the council whether OUC is meeting the target dispatch times for each type of call, MPD and fire and EMS, and for each priority level.
Okay. Thank you so much. Those are a lot of great ideas in there. I'm going to turn to my colleague, Councilmember Parker, for a round.
Thank you all. Commissioner Costello, I want to come back to you. I know we've had discussions around your concerns with OUC's plan tech updates. Can you share more why you're concerned about that and you believe the agency should focus on strengthening the basics?
Yeah, well, I mean, to begin with, the agency is failing to meet the basics. And until we get that straight, I don't think it makes sense for OUC to shift to a new type of, call taking system. According to the auditor's report, and I believe information that OUC submitted to the council during its oversight hearing earlier this year, OUC plans to switch to something called PowerPhone. This is a response, like a protocol system that would supposedly standardize 911 call takers' questions. It would not leave any room for critical thinking, as a previous panelist mentioned, so that call takers can ask more nuanced questions of callers if a situation doesn't completely fit whatever the mold is that this power phone system tells them, that the script tells them that they should be asking about. It doesn't make sense to me to create a more rigid call taking structure like that when, we can't even get people to answer the phone. OUC's motto is we answer the call. Well, I'm sorry, OUC does not answer the call. And too many of us have testified about that today. So my understanding is that OUC was supposed to roll out this new power phone system by the end of this year. My advice to the council is put a kibosh on those plans until OUC can actually meet national standards. We should not be changing anything. We should not be switching systems that require more training for OUC call takers or dispatchers. We should not be rocking the boat like that when we can't even manage, some of the basic functions that we have now. So that is my advice.
No, thank you for that. That is really helpful. And I want to thank all of the commissioners here. I'm seeing Commissioner CC. I'm going to take you up on calling you that. And Commissioner MTS with your hands up. I'm not sure if that's from the last round, but Commissioner MTS, I'm going to come to you.
Thank you. I just wanted to second in Commissioner Pinto's earlier question about the data that is being provided in the dashboard. We had heard when we were collecting feedback for the letter that 100 plus commissioners signed, that text to 911 was also not being answered in a rapid amount of time. And this is a crucial lifeline, especially for people who are not able to call 911 for a variety of reasons. And the OUC dashboard does not reflect any of the text to 911 response times, how many texts were answered, how many were not answered. And I think this is a really vital missing link that is not available in the dashboard. So I would urge the council to remedy that as soon as possible. Thank you.
I really, really appreciate that. And I think that is a very important and powerful point, especially thinking of our deaf and hard of hearing communities that are relying on that to access our 911 agency. Commissioner CC, I see you also have a hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo a few things, but also add, I know that a commissioner, I don't remember who, suggested that we form a task force of sort of best practices as well, like outside. My echo has just like gone off. AI is a very scary thing. Anyway, but basically to sort of seek outside advice or counsel based on best practices, like from other states, other larger cities like Boston and New York, could be beneficial for us, as well as the fact that, I think we just need to sort of take a look at whether or not consolidating this office instead of maybe, again, separating it would be beneficial. And finally, I've noticed that Director McGaffin has only been in her role for a few months now. And I echo what Commissioner Costello says about rocking the boat, in the sense that she has a very impressive background when it comes to emergency preparedness, and she should feel a bit more empowered rather than being attacked as, as the person for these failings, because obviously these failings have been occurring for well over a decade now, if not longer. And so I would advocate to make her feel at least a little more empowered in this role.
Thank you for that. Mr. Heller, I know you were one of the ones that called for that independent task force. That is something we certainly are looking at, as well as I would say this proactively sharing of data and transcripts is something I'm committed to making sure we make happen. So I'm going to work with Councilmember Pinto on that. I want to just ask one final question. Commissioner Yates brought up this issue of FOIA and what information is included there. So I'm going to ask a similar question as to what should be included in the dashboard. What should be included in a prescription of the information available through FOIA? Commissioner Yates, I'll come to you, and then others, if you have ideas, would love to hear.
Yeah, I appreciate the follow-up. There is a complete list in our resolution that we thought through as a commission. But, the basic recommendation for us is, right, for all calls call time, time to dispatch, the CAD file that goes along with it, time of unit like the specific unit dispatches, when they occurred, into what time, and what units were sent from where, when each unit arrived on scene, recordings, right, when they're available and can be redacted easily. You will note also that the ODCA made a similar recommendation about the transparency of after incident reports, right? That they should be posted on the website with call recordings within 10 days. And we echoed that further recommendation as well. And I could just want to tell you from personal experience that actually sometimes the lack of transparency on these issues can make it difficult to even defend OUC, right? We had a call come in. There was a fatality at the Tacoma Metro Station. My constituents concerned about it because it got dispatched to a fire station way out of our area. And they said, look, why didn't you just send an ambulance from Tacoma Park? I went to look into it under Karima Holmes's leadership. The OUC said, we can't have any information. We're not going to tell you when folks got dispatched, when they arrived on scene, which made us impossible to evaluate. But the response actually turned out to be timely when leadership turned over to Director McGaffin, and she provided the very basic information that we were looking for, right? And so there's some culture of secrecy that occurs under some leadership. So it's important to institutionalize these things in legislation so it isn't on the whim of who's in charge at the moment and who's the PIO officer at the moment. So thank you.
I couldn't, yeah, no, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. I know I'm probably pushing up on time, so I'm going to say, Commissioner Costello, I'm going to give you the last word here. I would just note, in looking at the dashboard, unless I'm misinterpreting something, it seems like average and maximum dispatch queues have been added to the dashboard. And so if for all that question whether or not oversight works, it does in fact work. And I'm imagining we're going to hear more from Director McGaffin about that in a little bit. But Commissioner Costello, I'll give you the last word. And if we can keep it to 30 seconds or less, that would be amazing.
Yeah, sorry, I actually lost the comment that I was going to add, but maybe I'll let Commissioner CC go and I can follow up with you separately.
Okay.
I was following closely Commissioner Yates's response, and I think he hit a lot of the good points. So
yes, Commissioner CC, and 15 seconds or less.
Yeah, briefly, the FOIA process across agencies is broken. We've made requests through DDOT for certain TSI investigations, reports, and then finally, we had the mayor and not myself, but a group of us went on a crime walk where we were told there would be an after action report. And now that is not being made public to us, and it would require a FOIA request, which I would assume would be ignored. So it's just it's a process that is definitely broken.
Thank you all for your testimony.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Parker. And no problem on time. I wanted to make sure we had some extra time with our commissioners. Anyways, for all of the great insights and ideas you all have. So thank you for being here. Thank you for sharing your expertise. Certainly looking forward to continue to work together on building out some of these recommendations and continue the partnerships. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate it. That concludes our public witnesses for today's hearing. And so we are going to turn to our government witnesses. First, we will hear from Kathy Patterson, the DC Auditor and former Ward 3 council member and former chairwoman of the Judiciary and Public Safety Committee. So I'll give you a moment to join, Madam Auditor. Hi, good afternoon. Thank you so much for being here with us today. You are still on mute. If I can ask you to take yourself on mute, as you know, it is the tradition of this committee to swear in all government witnesses. And so I'll ask that you raise your right hand so I can swear you in. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you are about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. I would now like to invite you to make any opening statement that you may have.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Councilmember Pinto and members of the Judiciary Committee, members of the Council. I'm Kathy Patterson. I serve as DC Auditor, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I'm going to need to change my view for just a second. Thank you.
Do you need our assistance with that, or is that something you can do on your end?
No, this is fine. Thank you. Sorry. As you noted in your opening, Councilmember Pinto, on October 19th, 2021, we published a comprehensive audit of the district's OUC 911 Operations Division. We looked at the effectiveness of OUC against national standards, including a review of call metrics, a sample of 911 call recordings, and an evaluation of OUC culture and training, plus a review of OUC's technological capabilities and internal investigations. It was largely prompted by community requests, including by some of the commissioners that you have just heard from today. Our audit team included police, fire, and call center experts. They found serious issues with leadership, supervision, training, and use of technology. We provided an update on the audit's recommendations last September and again in March. That second status report found limited progress, and the auditors sharply criticized the agency for a lack of transparency in its after-action reports. We also released a redacted version of an audio file of an October 2022 911 call in which the call taker failed to recognize a medical emergency. The auditors concluded that a new OUC policy on incident reporting was therefore inadequate. This fall, we will return to the audit recommendations and provide another update on their status. That update will be part of the annual recommendation compliance report we publish each January. In addition, our new public safety unit, led by Deputy Auditor for Public Safety, Chris Magnus, is considering further work related to OUC operations with a focus on emergency response to medical and behavioral health calls. For today's hearing, we reviewed the September 2023 update to the OUC's own audit roadmap, and my testimony focuses on those areas that we recommend the committee investigate more thoroughly. In some instances, OUC claims an action has been completed, and we contend that it has not. In our audit world, saying it's so doesn't make it so. We require the evidence. Our first recommendation was to evaluate and reduce the number of event types and associated priorities. OUC indicated that they had worked with an MPD task force and a fire and emergency medical services department liaison to reduce the respective call times, and that work was complete. But the document also acknowledges that the changes won't be in effect until the launch of the new protocol system, a reference to PowerPhone, and it's my understanding that has not yet been implemented. And we would continue to consider this recommendation incomplete and in progress. At least 4 other recommendations are impacted by the administration's decision to move to PowerPhone, and recommendations 2, 3, 6, and 11 in the roadmap, so also can't be considered implemented. Our recommendation number 4 was to train staff on the use of location determining technologies, LDTs, an important issue given the kinds of mistakes that have been reported and documented when the system has sent responders to the wrong address, whether it's the wrong DC quadrant or a street instead of a terrace. As the original audit documented, call takers are equipped with sophisticated mapping technology that shows visually where a call is coming from, but too often, and likely based on habit, call takers use precious time asking a caller to repeat an address rather than confirming it on the map on the screen in front of them. The OUC roadmap marks this recommendation as complete, but we disagree. Training was only a part of the recommendation, and the critical second half is supervision and monitoring to ensure not only that training is provided, but that it's used to lessen the number of address errors. The OUC usefully states in their roadmap that call takers demonstrate their use of LDT, and any identified issues are reported for a full investigation. Determination is then made for retraining or discipline. Our next review will be looking for, and this committee could seek this information today, the actual results of that monitoring. How many identified issues? How many staff have been retrained? How many, if any, have been disciplined? The point is not to criticize call takers who have a very challenging role. It's to be certain the new systems are effective. And it's only through that kind of documentation that we can validate whether a recommendation has been met. There are additional examples in my written testimony. Another major issue identified was staffing supervision. One reason for error, as the audit team concluded, was the lack of ongoing supervision on the call taker floor. Recommendations 14 and 15 in the OUC roadmap relate to the number of supervisors on duty on each shift. The agency states that the recommendations are met and that each shift now has a minimum of 4 supervisors. We will direct our audit team to look for compliance, to document not only that there are FTEs and position numbers in the personnel system, but there are actual staff members serving in this capacity around the clock, either through payroll records or time card or other documentation. I understand that the staffing shortage at the agency has impacted supervision, and that's something that you can ask the director to discuss today, to provide documentation on the level of supervision that is actually taking place. 4 other of our recommendations related to workplace culture and quality assurance. These similarly require documentation before we consider them complete. And I would certainly accept the director's assertion that training has been and is being provided on customer service, including training specific for supervisors. But what assurance can be given that that is effective? You might ask for metrics on training and on follow-up. I'd also like to turn to that issue of transparency that has been discussed very fully today, in which the committee addressed in the legislation. The 2021 audit and the follow-up published in March included a review of specific incidents in which errors were made and in which there was significant media coverage. In the original audit report, our team reviewed the record of 4 controversial incidents that occurred in 2020 and were featured on a September 2nd, 2020 Kojo Namdi show on WAMU radio. At that time, then OUC Director Karima Holmes said each incident had been reviewed and remedial action taken. Our auditors, though, looked into these and found that in 2 cases, they were unable to document any action had been taken, and they actually disagreed with the conclusion in one of the cases. Our March update reviewed the after-action reports on the July 2nd, 2022 and August 9th, 2022 incidents in which young district residents, 7 Schatzman Chase and Aaron Boyd Jr. respectively lost their lives. In one case, OUC failed to acknowledge that the call taker recorded the wrong address after the correct address had been displayed on a map. Little information was shared with the public in either incident. Our audit team concluded that, quote, a revised policy should require that after-action reports clearly articulate all investigative and remediative efforts. Madam Chairperson, I do applaud Director McGaffin for publishing the new performance dashboard, for seeking public comment, and for acknowledging that this is a work in progress. ODCA's new public safety team, which includes expertise not just on law enforcement, but on data and emergency response, reviewed what was publicly available and concluded the overall construction concept needs work to better identify what is being measured and why it's important information. Simple ways to give the dashboard more value would include year-to-date information, 5-year averages, and my written statement includes a more detailed list of some specific issues that we recommend be reviewed. I also applaud the director's willingness stated in a meeting with me and our new deputy auditor to explore the extent to which the agency can publicly release transcripts and other important information from high visibility incidents while staying within DC code requirements. I understand the DC Open Government Coalition is providing technical support to the agency, and I'm grateful to these private citizens for providing their expertise. This committee may want to review the information collected by the Reporters Committee on Freedom of the Press on state policies on release of information. And as might be expected, the states with a tradition of open government like Iowa and Georgia and a few others make their 911 records generally accessible. The DC Code does not provide any explicit privacy protections insofar as callers and victims are concerned, apart from what is included in the district's Freedom of Information Act. But the preamble to that act states, I quote, all persons are entitled to full and complete information regarding the affairs of government and the official acts of those who represent them as public officials and employees. That's the default position, that everything is open and available. Among the exceptions that the government may, but is not compelled to use, would include information of a personal nature where the public disclosure thereof would constitute a clearly unwarranted invasion of personal privacy. What is clear, what is warranted, and what is personal are all subject to interpretation. This past March, as I mentioned, we obtained and released an audio of an October 2022 call in which the OUC characterized a lift assist, but in which the person was the subject of the call was clearly in distress and subsequently died. Before we released the call, we redacted the caller's name and address. And we did all this because we believed it was important to make that public because of the inaccuracies in the description of the call that had been posted to the OUC website. I'm pleased to note that inaccurate description has been taken down. Our experience prompts me to recommend that the committee consider the kind of call and transcript release policy recommended by the Advisory Neighborhood Commissioners in their September 5 letter. We recommended a more robust incident report template. That template plus monthly release of metrics as the legislation requires and greater public access to actual call transcripts on request would go a long way toward restoring the public's trust in the operations of our 911 system. I would like to close by just adding a comment to some of the testimony today on the proposal for an independent task force. I think a task force could be very helpful to the committee and to the council in terms of your own ongoing oversight and monitoring reforms as they are made. But I would like to just provide some perspective that we're in a very different circumstance today than we were in 2007 when the Rosenbaum Task Force did its work. That task force was supported by, embraced by, staffed by the Fenty administration. The very capable staff director was an official in the Fenty administration. Most of the recommendations were implemented. That's a very different situation from the one we find ourselves in today, which, as other witnesses have noted today, this administration has not even acknowledged the need for reform. And I think, in any recovery system, step one is acknowledging the problem, and we're not even through step one yet. And I say this because I believe a task force could be very useful to you, Councilmember Pinto, and to your colleagues. But I would caution being overly optimistic that with an administration that has thus far failed to acknowledge the problem, that additional recommendations would be heeded. I believe it's probably going to be up to this committee and this council to force the needed through change, not just through oversight, but through additional legislation. And let me thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Madam Auditor. So many important points and suggestions there. Let's start with this task force idea, actually. And that's an interesting kind of perspective you noted about the different circumstances from a previous time. I'm also curious from your perspective as leading the audit report, how you would envision this task force differing from the audit recommendations that have already been suggested.
I think the community's involvement would be very important. One of the points that commissioners just made was what residents really want to know is time to scene. That's a metric that that may not be at the top of the list for the professionals, but it's at the top of the list for our residents and for those of you who are in public, in elected office. That's just one example. I think building in the community's role, it would be a very important part of a task force working for the council. But I think the fact that something that could be ongoing over a matter of a few years would be very, very valuable to you. We typically do an audit, follow up with recommendations, and then we're done. It's somewhat unusual that we're doing follow-up in this case, but we're doing so frankly because it is such an important issue and because of a community's perceived need. And frankly, we, like you, do try to respond to the district community to the extent that we can.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that. And speaking of the audit report, as of September 2023, the OUC website reports that it has met 86.6% or 26 of 31 of the DC auditor's recommendations. You noted in your testimony that you do not agree with this assessment, that this many of the recommendations have actually been fulfilled. For example, you noted that recommendation 4 suggesting training of OUC personnel in location determination technology requires both personnel training and supervision and monitoring, and then OUC has marked this as complete when your perspective is that it's not complete. So what should OUC be showing as evidence for the supervision and monitoring of personnel use of LDT, payroll numbers, supervision on the floor, other things to signify that it's actually been implemented.
I think one of the ways in which there can be documentation is how many folks have gone through remedial training, how many folks, has anybody been disciplined? One of the things that the director pointed out in a press conference she held after the district dogs event was that a call taker, there was a mistake was made, but it wasn't a subject for disciplinary action. I think those kinds of distinctions, that kind of information would be very helpful for the committee to have. So in terms of the number of samples of calls that they look at on a regular basis, you know, how many of those, what proportion of those have been effectively handled, how many not, and then what has transpired for those that have not. I think the follow-up in terms of what has actually happened with individual employees is a piece of information that would be helpful. Again, the metrics, not necessarily the individual information.
Okay. Okay. And then speaking of those metrics, you talked a little bit about in your testimony of FOIA and privacy concerns or privacy rights of victims and other callers. We heard today in public testimony from someone from Legal Aid who works with domestic violence survivors and the kind of needed differences in some of the callers, whether that's a robocall or someone might not be able to speak on the line, but they may be in distress. How do you think we should be thinking about the difference of needs of protecting the privacy of a call taker who might be in a domestic situation that needs to be protected versus the need to share information with the public about what transpired in these calls?
I think effective follow-up on a case like that is something that is a legitimate kind of information for the public to have on how public employees are performing their responsibilities, but that doesn't necessarily require any release of any personal information or personally identifiable information. When I mentioned the call that we released a redacted version of, we released the call taker stating her name. We redacted the name of the call taker, we redacted the exact address, but the information was provided in terms of what was said and what was done. So I think it is possible to de-identify information and yet gather it as a part of a collecting metrics. The other thing I would encourage is looking at what other states have done in terms of their own policies, because there are a lot of examples out there of the rules under which transcripts are released and what information is redacted. And there does remain within our own FOIA law an exemption that relates to actual criminal investigations. So that is another protection. If there's a domestic violence situation that is being pursued as a criminal activity, that is something that would provide a certain level of exception in terms of the release of the information.
Okay, thank you. That's a great idea. I want to pick your brain a little bit about PowerPhone. And your testimony talked about a number of the recommendations from the auditor report that would be affected by the move to PowerPhone, including 2, 3, 6, and 11. Can you describe what those recommendations are and how they'd be impacted by PowerPhone and if that kind of changes your perspective on those recommendations?
I think the recommendations, stand as they are, but the issue with PowerPhone is essentially a point made by one or more of the commissioners who just testified. It's disruptive. If you have a system where you have finally completed training for everyone on the system that former Chief Dean implemented or caused to be implemented previously for some of the emergency medical calls, I think the sort of changing rules in the middle of the stream when you're trying to reform and trying to train and trying to discipline people for not following the training, it's just a means of disruption. And I take the point made by the commissioner, I believe Commissioner Costello, that making sure that we're doing the basics right is important before making a significant change and sort of an upheaval that will require retraining and not being able to collect metrics because the rules are all different. So I think the critique that that came out of one of our follow-up reports with regard to moving to PowerPhone was not the specifics of what it provides or what it offers as against the protocols currently in place, but it was just the act of the disruption and of the need for retraining and the need for sort of going back to square one. So it was really less substance and more just the disruption that would be caused.
Okay. And from your perspective, for when you completed the audit, was criteria-based dispatch the source of majority of the problems that you were finding with OUC operations, or was it more around training and human error?
No, I don't think the specifics of the system were what was critiqued. I think there was general consensus across the different directors as well as our audit team that perhaps there were too many options and perhaps there needed to be a reduction in the number of things that are in the system itself. But I think the point that was made again by commissioners, I believe, about sort of taking away any need for independent judgment on the part of call takers, maybe that's not the best way to go. Our audit did not speak to this vendor's product versus that vendor's product. It really spoke to maybe not changing vendors right now. So I think it was really less, as I say, less the specifics and more the change.
Okay, thank you. And I was pleased to hear that you at the DC Open Government Coalition met with Director McGaffin. The district needs to continue to strive to be an open government. And so it seemed to make sense for our jurisdiction to allow for some of the release of some of this information, similar as we've seen in California, Georgia, Iowa, New York, and others. Did the director explain the policy behind release of transcripts and audio?
What she was sharing with us in this, and this is sort of an introductory meeting, what she shared with us was interest in knowing what would be possible. And I take her sincerity on wanting to be transparent. But what she was explaining was that she needed to have basically her lawyers go over things to see what could be released. And this again goes to the point that was made again in some earlier testimony, I believe by Commissioner Yates, of asking for information from a previous director and not getting it and getting the same information from a current director. And I think what Director McGaffin was speaking of with us was the need to try to be as transparent as possible within the law. And that sent us back to looking at the code to make sure that there really isn't a prohibition on releasing, call transcripts, as long as any personal identifying information can be redacted, and that is certainly possible.
And to confirm, when you look back at the code, your understanding is that there are no prohibitions.
Again, the two things that come into play are personal privacy. And again, that's where the language says warranted. And to be overly cautious, we simply took out the person's name and address. Then the other exemption has to do with criminal investigations. And most of our emergency calls that go to the fire EMS side, and most of the calls that we've been talking about have been emergency medical calls. Most of those do not involve criminal investigation, so that exemption wouldn't be applicable.
Okay. Great, very helpful. Thank you so much, Madam Auditor. I'm going to turn to my colleague, Councilmember Parker, for a 10-minute round.
It's great to see you, Auditor, and thank you for your great work. I think you heard many kudos through the testimonies today. I appreciated your recommendation to add 5-year averages, year-to-date averages on the dashboard, and we will certainly add that to our list of ways to enhance the dashboard. And I really appreciate the very diplomatic way that you spoke about the barriers that might exist to establishing an independent task force, having the will and the support of the executive to do such a thing, noting the lack of potential staffing and support. What recommendations might you provide the council and/or the committee to still stand up this type of independent task force without that level of support?
I mean, my recommendation would be to have it be an advisory group to the council, to the committee, as to the committee as a whole or to the council as a whole, and have that be something that perhaps the committee staff could work with. That would be my thought, because it is apparent to me in this oversight hearing that there is a willing audience to listen to recommendations from folks with expertise. And I'm not quite sure that can be found, sort of on the administration side. And the other part of that is, to the extent that a panel of experts would come up with legislative recommendations, then they would be making them to the right body, because I also don't really see much interest up the chain of command from the OUC director in making any major changes if there's not even a willingness to acknowledge the need for change.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. And I just want to know, and I've said it before, I have found Director McGaffin to be forthcoming and sharing information pretty readily. I also acknowledge that she's in a position that if the administration and the sentiment is one of not supporting the changes that may be necessary, it puts her in a place where she may not have that freedom. So I am aware of those tensions that may exist. Did you at all look at pay for dispatchers and others within the agency, as that is something that has routinely come up?
We did not look at pay. One of the findings from the original audit that one of the experts on our consulting team made was that our workforce, our call taker and dispatcher workforce, tended to be older than most such workforces that they find around the country. It's obviously a very high stress line of work, and people don't tend to stay in that position for as long as they determined that folks were in the positions here in the District of Columbia. That was an interesting observation, and they really didn't get into the issue of compensation. So it seems to me that's another issue area that the committee may want to follow up on, because that seems like a very valid issue and something that could be speaking to the staffing issues.
It is my understanding salaries on average are anywhere from $40,000 to $60,000, and individuals are being tasked with 8, 10, 12-hour plus shifts. And that is really hard to attract people to do in general, but also to enhance the efficacy of the agency. And so that is certainly something that the committee and the council ought to look at. And I would imagine Councilmember Pinto will. I wanted to come to the auditor recommendations and the distance between where you're saying the agency is and where the agency is saying they are. And what I'm taking from much of your testimony is, well, we need the proof. It's not enough for you to just say, we've done this thing. A few things I wanted to zoom in on. I know you talked about power phone and the transition, and I appreciate you referencing Commissioner Costello's testimony, which makes a lot of sense to me too, that we should get the basics right. In general, outside of whether or not we should get the basics right first, do you support the transition to power phone? Did you all weigh in on that as a office? Why or why not?
The only way in which we weighed in, and I think it was on the second follow-up report, was to say, and this is something that Councilmember Pinto and I just talked a little bit about, we didn't weigh in on the merits of power phone versus what's currently being used or the predecessor system that was used. The point that the audit team made was, as you're needing to address some of these major issues like training, like supervision, like use of the location determining technologies, switching protocols is not the smart thing to do right now. So it really was a timing and level of disruption by a new system, those kinds of issues, rather than the actual product itself. So no critique of power phone or critique or praise of it, but just saying, change is not your friend at the moment.
And the tension that I have when I hear that is that I know that OUC is linking many of their advancements to the transition to power phone. They're saying we're going to meet your recommendations, and you rattled off a number of them, due to our transition. So are you let's say OUC were to say, fine, we won't transition right now to PowerPhone. Do you think there are other ways they can accomplish your recommendations without that
Absolutely,
transition?
absolutely.
Okay.
And when I first heard about this, that this proposal was being made, I don't know, a year or so ago or whenever it was, I mean, I have enough experience in this job and enough experience in DC government previously to know that sometimes when an agency is having challenges, you know, the easy thing to do is not to fix what's right in front of you. The easy thing to do is say, here's this shiny thing over here. This shiny thing over here will fix everything, and go out and buy a new toy. That was my, I must say, initial reaction to hearing about this, that they're not going to address training. They're not going to address supervision. They're not going to address the use of technology. They're going to buy a new toy and say, this will solve all of our problems. Sometimes, I'm not saying that's necessarily what's happening here, but sometimes that is something that I have found in my tenure in government over the last 25 years, that sometimes that does happen, rather than it's just too hard to deal with the problem right in front of you.
Yep, no, that resonates. And lastly, I would just hone in on this training versus supervision and monitoring discussion that you just had with Councilmember Pinto. And your testimony spoke about how you haven't received enough information about the supervision and monitoring that is purported to be happening. That is something I'm hoping that the committee will request, because as you're saying, the council can request that information right now. But are there models for supervision and monitoring that you all looked at, or that we should, as a council or committee, be expecting to hear from OUC?
We didn't look specifically to models. We looked at the audit. The original audit looked at span of control and looked at the number of calls, the number of call takers, number of dispatchers, and said, we need more supervisors on the floor all the time. And so be sure to add a third and a fourth supervisor to every shift. And that is one of the recommendations that was agreed with and that they are claiming they have implemented. But we are worried right now that with the staffing shortage, that's not actually in operation. But that is something that we will be looking at in our next round of evaluations of recommendation compliance. I mean, our audit team hasn't been at the OUC for, it might be as long as a year or so that they have been there on the floor looking at things and interviewing and writing up the results. So we can't really say with a certainty, you know, what is exactly happening right now. That'll be our next round, but it's also questions that you can be asking today.
And I'll end here. And if you don't want to speak on behalf of your office with this question, that is totally acceptable. I have thrown out the idea that we ought to task the mayor to repurpose individuals to staff OUC while they work to get more permanent staff, that this is an agency that we just cannot stand to have such drastic shortages in. And so whether that's pulling people from DCPS or DOEE or what have you rather, I think it's a matter of life and death. Can you just speak to examples of that working or not working, and or if you think that is a plausible idea? And this is Kathy Patterson speaking, not necessarily on behalf of the auditor's office.
No, thank you. Thank you for that. I think what comes immediately to mind is what we did during the pandemic with unemployment insurance. We needed a lot more call takers to deal with the uptick in the need for unemployment insurance. And I believe, I don't know if DOES used people from other parts of government, but they certainly added additional emergency staffers. So I think to speak to some of our personnel experts in the district government, or maybe in the community, in the federal government, others within our broader community, I think that is something that in emergency situations we certainly do. And I think you can find examples of that. And to the point that you're making, if this isn't an emergency, I mean, it is like a slow rolling emergency, but it certainly is an emergency.
No, I really appreciate that. And thank you again for all of your work.
Oh, thank you very much. We appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. Thank you very much again, Madam Auditor, and look forward to continuing to work together on making sure your recommendations are implemented and further reforms that are needed are followed up upon. So thank you for your partnership.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. All right, with that, we are going to turn to Director McGaffin. Director of the Office of Unified Communications. Welcome, Director.
Hi, good afternoon, council members.
Good afternoon. And as you know, it is the tradition of this committee to swear in all government witnesses who appear before it. Already got your right hand raised. Thank you. So I can swear you in. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you are about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. I would like to invite you to make any opening statement that you may have.
Sure. Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto, committee members, staff, guests, and the public. My name is Heather McGaffin, and I am honored to be the Director of the Office of Unified Communications. I have served in this capacity since February of 2023. I am pleased to testify before you today on the OUC Transparency and Accountability Amendment Act of 2023 and some of the issues the legislation touches upon. The key to any successful 911 system is based upon a trifecta of people, technology, and training. OUC is a system serving not just the community, but other systems within the government as well. A system that in fiscal year 2023 was relied on nearly 1.8 million times. While OUC is considered a leader in our industry, I fully recognize individually we must be excellent. To put things in perspective, the district's 911 call center is one of the busiest in the country, historically ranking as the 4th busiest center behind those of New York City, Chicago, and Los Angeles. We must always be building upon the trust and confidence our community has in us. The first and most important part of our 911 system always has been and will always remain the people who work at OUC. I want to take this time to recognize the more than 300 professionals who make up the OUC team. Each of them is dedicated, charged with answering the call either on 311 and 911 or in a support role for the 2 most used telephone numbers in the District of Columbia. A majority of the team at OUC are also Washingtonians. They are family members, friends, and neighbors to those who rely upon this system each day. And each day they show up to answer the call. They come here with the goal to answer, process, and dispatch the calls quickly and accurately. Each call is unique. Sometimes we meet people in their worst moments when we're giving them CPR instructions for a loved one in their home. And sometimes we meet them at their best when they're welcoming a new baby into the world in the middle of a donut shop. But regardless of the situation, they carry those calls with them, each one. Call takers and dispatchers are human, and they are not immune to feelings, stress, and burnout, but they are dedicated in each moment of immense pressure. As I approach nearly 2 decades in working in public safety communications, I can confidently say that the staff at the OUC are some of the most dedicated 911 professionals in the business. Each day they show up in one of the most stressful and sometimes thankless positions. It's my job as the director to make sure their needs are taken care of so they can perform. It's my job to make sure they have the right resources, the right training, and have access to wellness so they can continue to serve. It's also my responsibility to make sure we have a solid pipeline of people so that they can take the time they need to rest, recuperate, and process the hard work they do each day. In the Pulse of 911 survey published earlier this summer, the National Emergency Number Association, known as NENA, along with an industry leader, unveiled an eye-opening report with feedback from a majority of the more than 6,600 911 centers in the United States. I share this information with you to highlight challenges faced by centers across the nation, including some at the OUC. While I am committed to positioning the OUC to serve the residents and visitors of the district in an exemplary manner, I think it's equally important to bring to context the current state of our industry. 82% of centers reported being understaffed and struggling with hiring and retention. Respondents were citing stress and low pay as top obstacles to attracting and keeping staff. The data also shows a growing shortfall in younger workers to replace those who are retiring or burning out. 83% of participants said their centers experience higher than usual call volumes on multiple days each week. Fewer than half of call takers can gain accurate location information from mobile callers. And 74% of centers revealed that their 911 centers are plagued by staff burnout, with many others exhibiting mental health warning signs such as anxiety, fatigue, and low energy levels. Around 38% felt ill-prepared to deal with an active shooter situation. 25% felt they lacked training for mental health calls, and 18% were uncomfortable managing civil disturbances or bias-related events. It's these exact challenges we're working to minimize. Because as a large center, the survey suggested that our issues are amplified because of sheer size and call volume. Since my confirmation as director in May, our new recruitment practices have allowed us to reduce the number of vacancies for call takers from 36 in May to 5 today. We have hired more call takers in the past 8 months than we hired in the entirety of 2021 and 2022 combined. This is credited to our partnership with Acting Director Charles Hall and his team at DCHR to keep positions open continuously, the $2,500 hiring bonus, and the development of the agency's prospect day that I initiated in May. Since May, we have tested, interviewed, and background checked more than 436 prospective candidates. Our most recent class of recruits is 23 in total. They will complete their classroom training in November and then start on the job training. They should be independently working and contributing to the staffing levels by January of 2024. We also currently have 56 people in suitability testing now for a class beginning in November. This will allow us to promote current call takers to dispatcher positions in police and fire dispatch and not feel the effects of doing so in call taking. With the mayor's support, OUC launched our junior academy in March. We are building the next generation of first responders. Over 20 students from more than 15 high schools across the district have participated in our first few cohorts. The students receive an overview of 911 and 311 communications and call handling simulations, a mock critical test, the national pre-employment test for 911 call takers and dispatchers, an overview of MPD patrol services and specialized policing units and a station tour, as well as a fire command simulation at Engine House 22, completed with a graduation ceremony and a certificate. These two recruiting programs have quickly gained national attention in the public safety communications industry. And in August, I was proud to present details of our success to attendees at the National 911 Program State of 911 webinar. I have also shared the work we're doing here with congressional staffers and national lawmakers on a regular basis to help advance 911 across the entire nation. As an industry leader, we are doing things like participating in thought leadership and contributing to national standards developments. We must continue to find ways to recruit and retain talent as high call volume remains a constant issue for our center. In this past fiscal year, we have experienced a 13.75 increase in total call volume, an 11.4% increase in 911 calls. In addition to higher than normal call volumes, we are receiving calls that are more complex and require more interaction with the caller. Telephone misuse is extremely high with no consequences to the callers for spamming or prank calling 911. We are one of the 54% of centers nationwide experience a greater number of abandoned calls. All of these factors made me prioritize the addition of a wellness coordinator to our staff within the next month to ensure we are prioritizing the physical and mental health of our staff while they are at work. The second piece in the system is the technology. In addition to investing in our people, we recognize that we must also invest in technology. And when it comes to technology, we are very fortunate to have a great support system in the mayor's office and Octo to integrate new systems and technologies. However, wireless carriers are not being held responsible for a lack of call delivery with location. So while there's often conversation about how accurate locations are, only about 60% of our calls come in with initial wireless phase 2 addresses, which enables us to pinpoint a caller's location. The public safety communications industry is working with the FCC and carriers to deliver this more frequently and quickly. We are part of that conversation and will remain so for the good of our residents and visitors. With 86% of our 911 calls being wireless, reliable location is not only helpful, it is necessary. We have demonstrated our support through our affiliation with the Council of Governments and the National Association of State 911 Administrators. Our employees need the right tools to process calls. And while we do currently have a call processing protocol in use, the system is broken. It is end of life with no vendor support or upgrade available. It does not meet the needs or standards set forth by the industry in its current state. Therefore, I made the decision to implement a standards-based call processing system that meets all of the needs of our community and the agencies we serve. This was not done in a vacuum, and it is supported by our partners at MPD, FEMS, and DBH. They have been a part of the process since the inception and will continue to be a part of this process until full implementation. As much as technology is an asset to our system, it can also create hurdles. For example, advancement in private technology has also added to an increased call volume. 53% of centers are reporting the number of abandoned calls. 54% of centers reporting the number of abandoned calls has greatly increased because of talk technology that prompts connected devices to dial 911 with an open line. For example, the technology in your home with a voice assistant device or the watch on your wrist can inadvertently connect with 911 if the device decides the prompt has been made. The impacts of these devices is real, and we experience it daily at OUC. The final piece of this trifecta is training. In fiscal year 2023, the members of the Office of Unified Communications participated in more than 22,600 hours of training. Our training department was redeveloped in June of 2022 and has been thriving since. While training is only one piece of the puzzle, it is a piece that at OUC is working well. We have aligned our policies and procedures to national standards and best practices. We have adopted 33 of the 37 national standards from the Association of Public Safety Communications Officers, or APCO, and have plans to implement the remaining 4 within the coming 6 months. With the introduction of new call processing protocols and technology, all applicable minimum training standards have been adopted. Additionally, OUC has adopted the applicable NENA standards. Since February of 2023, all of our training staff have become nationally certified using either NENA or APCO courses. Our employees are now TCPR certified, which has greatly increased our CPR instruction rates. The national average is 50%, according to the American Heart Association, and last month our center was at 89% accuracy in identifying the need for CPR, starting CPR timely, and giving instructions exact. As the situations we handle become more complex, so must our training. A continuing education plan has been developed, and all 311 and 911 operations employees must now participate in 40 hours of continuing education, 16 more than the national standard. 311 and 911 operations supervisors must now participate in 48 hours of continuing education, again, more than the national standard. 8 of those hours are mandated geography training with a hands-on element. Additionally, we are ensuring our employees are provided training and resources to ensure their physical, mental, and emotional well-being. Each of the above discussed pieces of our system are helping us to make progress in our service delivery. In fiscal year 2023, the OUC answered 77.86% of all 911 calls in 15 seconds or less, and 89.14% of all 911 calls were answered in less than 40 seconds. While the national standard is that 90% of calls are to be answered in 15 seconds or less, the national trend is that 911 centers are unable to attain this goal regularly. While we note there is work to do here, the majority of 911 calls are being answered swiftly, and we will continue to work to lower wait times. I do want to address the notion included in today's notice for the public hearing that OUC has implemented less than a third of the recommendations in the 2021 Auditor's report. It's simply inaccurate. As of October 1st, we have completed 90% of the recommendations, and each month since late summer 2022, we have tracked and published our progress towards addressing the audit findings on our website. That progress has been updated monthly. The audit has now spanned 3 directors, and therefore some of the responses to the original audit are no longer valid or applicable. For example, recommendation number 3 under the technology-centric recommendation states, assess and improve the integration of the scripted protocols into the call handling process. The agency agrees with this recommendation, and we've been working towards implementation of a standards-based solution with the final implementation expected by the end of calendar year 23. The main goal of our agency is to be available to the public in their time of need, whether the situation is emergent or otherwise. We will achieve this goal by improving processes and being transparent and accountable to the public. We're committed to expanding our OUC roadmap in fiscal year 24 and have begun the process of developing a strong, transparent strategic plan for the future, including making sure we are consistent with meeting the needs of our community. 2 ways we will inform that plan are through a top-to-bottom operational assessment. It is a great time of change in the public safety communication space, and as such, it's an opportune time to evaluate and adapt. To assist us in doing so, OUC will be engaging with an external consultant with expertise in organizational redevelopment and strategic planning specific to Emergency Communications Center, similar in size and structure, to perform a full operational assessment of agency operations. The assessment will be holistic, and we will provide recommendations and solutions for systematic change and sustainability in years to come. We also will be pursuing accreditation. While accreditation is not necessary for validating high-quality operations in the public safety communication space, we believe that it will be a benefit for OUC's continuous quality improvement. Currently, public safety communication centers are accredited by the Commission on Accreditation for Law Enforcement Agencies, also known as CALEA. CALEA's Public Safety Communications Accreditation Program provides a communications center with a process to systematically review and internally assess its operations and procedure. It requires organization to collect and analyze important data for the purpose of making sound operational and administrative business decisions, creating leadership and practitioner accountability, and helps the center to focus on quality assurance, interoperability, emerging technologies, risk analysis, asset security, resource access, contemporary training, and a range of other operational functions. It is imperative that residents of the district have confidence in our work and that we are held accountable when service is not meeting standard. I know for some that instilling confidence will take time, and I will continue to look for ways to strengthen that confidence. I believe that overall we merit a great deal of confidence now, and I like to share the positive stories of what we do, even as we reflect on unfortunate and tragic incidents and systems that call out for improvement. I also understand a great one of the community is for the OUC to be clearly transparent on all events and calls that come into the 911 center. Accordingly, I recently met with and received guidance from the Board of Ethics and Accountability's Office of Open Government. The purpose of the meeting was to gauge where we are in alignment with their mission and to advance transparency in government operations and promote civic engagement. In that vein, we are proud to launch the first of its kind performance dashboard, which provides insight to the work of the city's first responders by providing performance data on 911 call handling, dispatching, staffing, diversion programs, 911 misuse, and very importantly, findings about performance concerns. This is a beta site, and we are working to test and improve it daily. I also clearly understand that a lot of information that is said on a 911 call is both personal and confidential to the person saying it or parties involved. There's often medical information and other sensitive information given on 911 calls that may endanger the individual if released to someone other than them. OUC is committed to operating with the highest degree of transparency possible. However, we also have to act responsibly to protect the public from unwarranted intrusions on their privacy. In response to the other requirements of the bill, the agency is a participating member of the Domestic Fatality Review Board and has been since early summer when we were first invited to do so. Therefore, legislation in this area is unnecessary but not burdensome. OUC is committed to providing equitable access to 311 as well. However, it is important to know that OUC neither creates nor maintains service requests. We have been deeply engaged in efforts to partner with agencies such as DDOT and DPW to make certain that our 311 system, the conduit to our city services, allows for the most convenient reporting of residents' issues. Service requests are owned, managed, and completed by the relevant agencies. Service requests mentioned in the legislation are owned by DPW. We work in partnership with them daily, but the ask in this legislation is not one that OUC has the capacity to see through. OUC is committed to operating with the highest degree of justified confidence. As only one of the nation's 1,100 NENA certified emergency number professionals, I more than most understand the challenges facing 911. I understand the industry. I understand this center, where we were, where we are, and where we're going. I'm grateful for the testimony shared today by members of the public, and we continue to encourage the use of our performance feedback form, which can be found on the homepage at ouc.dc.gov. Using the form, we welcome concerns, suggestions, or complaints about our program. Through our online feedback form, monthly virtual lunch and learn sessions, participation in ANC, and the community meetings and Community Engagement Academy, we invite more collaboration with the public. We are striving to provide the best service possible, and we look forward to strengthening our relationships with our stakeholders today and going forward. I also would like to say that I'm always open to hearing about concerns personally that people have. Chairperson Pinto and committee members, thank you for your time. This concludes my written testimony, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Great. Thank you so much, Director McGaffin. Really appreciate that. And team, I know we said 15-minute rounds. We're actually going to start our first round, 10-minute rounds, so we can make sure we can get to Councilmember Parker. And then we may switch back to 15. So thank you so much, Director, and really want to thank you and your team for all of your responsiveness to our many, many questions and in seeking to make sure that the agency is set up for success. And so I really appreciate that and a lot of your ideas and focus from your testimony. So I want to start with some of the errors. And I recognize that there are many, many, many calls that go well and that go according to plan. But as you know, and as I know you take seriously, the calls that don't go according to plan can have and have had life and death consequences. And so I want to ask about some of these critical errors in recent years, namely operators providing incorrect or blown addresses or other issues in communications with emergency responders. As I noted in your confirmation hearing, we had 8 blown addresses in fiscal year 2020, 31 in FY 2021, 34 in FY 2022, and 36 in FY 2023 by March, which was just halfway through that fiscal year. So does this reflect underreporting that was going on in FY 2020 or a dramatic increase in errors that we've seen this year?
I cannot speak to the time before I was here about what was being reported or how those things were being reported. I can tell you when I started in my initial role at OUC in 2020, I put together an online database that's tracking that, and we're still using that today so that we're capturing accurate numbers. I feel confident in the numbers for 2023.
Okay, thank you very much. And can you explain the role of emergency communication analysts and how they monitor and report on these errors?
So we did have an emergency communications analyst pilot program, and that person was sitting up with the supervisors. They were looking at different call types. When I got the data back about what their work was, I made the decision to put them back into the call taking positions. That is where they are most needed. We need to get these calls answered as quickly and as accurately as possible. And I did not see a benefit in having the analyst position there. So that was started under an administration prior to mine. And after the 6-month pilot program, I quickly ended it, and we have not gone back to that.
Okay, and what were some of the results of that pilot program that changed your perspective?
So I didn't see where it was having a great impact on address verification. And that was a hope of it going into. And a lot of that is because of one of the things that I talked about in the testimony is that still only 60% of our 911 calls of our 60% of the 86% that are wireless calls are really coming to us with pinpointed location immediately. And that's because of carriers not really being forced to send that information. They're forced to send that information on wireline and VoIP, but not on wireless. And our industry has made a great shift that most people don't have home phones anymore. Most people just have mobile phones.
Okay. And can you walk me through some of your protocol when an error is made How do you first identify it? What happens next? And then how do you make a determination as to what information is released?
Sure. So the call taker most likely doesn't know that they've made the error. They've sent the call and then it goes over to the dispatch side. Fire and police dispatchers are required to report that to their supervisors, those errors. They document it typically in the CAD card, and then the supervisors fill out a form and they send that up to our deputy director's office, and then those get investigated. Other complaints come through your office or other offices of council members or from other means, MPD or FEMS sometimes, or just from even to the mayor's office. Everybody that's getting them, they're forwarding to our office. We're looking at everything. We're screen recording and we're also voice recording all of our call takers and dispatchers. So we gather the facts and then we look at what happened. And then we also look at what point in the disciplinary process, if any, is that person. Is this their first error? Is this their second error? And then we make determinations using the DPM for the progressive discipline.
Okay, and then what about which information is released or releasable?
So I typically will myself call, or the deputy director will call the person. And then we have been putting, with the new dashboard, we've been putting the information up. We are taking out people's addresses. We may just say there was a transpose of two numbers or the wrong quadrant was picked. But we talk to the person as much as we can, if we know about it. There are some people today who have testified that, I'd like to reach out to, because in one instance, this was the first that we had heard about it, or that I had heard about it.
Okay, so it's generally the protocol that you reach out to the caller if they were subject to an error.
Yes.
Okay. And then in terms of follow-up and oversight, what does that look like with the supervisors going over the errors, going over with the call takers, repeat issues or consistencies within the group that they supervise?
So we do include them, but we kind of hold that information even at a higher level for the integrity of it, to make sure that nothing is being skipped over, and so that we have full accountability in case, if I'm on one shift and then I move to the next, it's not that my mistakes or my discipline move with me, because we do realize how crucial that is. But they are included every step of the way. The first, and I've talked about this a little before, but the first time that there's an identified error, we are training and we are documenting that. And then, we've suspended people, we've separated people from OUC for repeated conduct. Performance we can fix, conduct, we have to address more stringently.
Okay. So I do want to recognize that there are errors that result in the loss of human life. And that is the most egregious circumstance that we can deal with. But we also had a very tragic incident earlier this year with district dogs and the flooding and the 23-minute delay that left 10 dogs dead in the flooding. And I want to ask you about that specific circumstance, because it came up again in public testimony when one of our witnesses was talking about one of the rationales or explanations that you had given around the codes available. And it's my understanding that you're changing the system so that there is a new code available that would directly meet that. But he raised there are some other code options that would have worked, like public assistance or water rescue. And I just wanted your take on those code options and if those would have been appropriate in the case of district dogs, and if so, why weren't those selected?
So, as we talk about this, we've provided a lot of information. That information is all online. I worked with Chief Donnelly. Chief Donnelly is the professional in fire responses and fire codes. I am the professional in 911 here. And so we are collaborating and looking at things. When situations happen, we sometimes have to look at them and see how we change things. We have done that. We are working on doing that. I think it is absolutely fair in the report to say that we had entirely too many codes, and that becomes really overwhelming. Too many tools in the toolbox isn't helpful to anyone. And so we have worked with our partners. We do this all the time, not just with district dogs, but with any tragic incident. We work with our partners to make changes and make decisions. And so we have done that, and you know, that's how we're moving forward with that. But on that day, you know, decisions had to be made quickly. And one of the reasons we are moving to a more solid system is to minimize issues from things like that happening.
Okay. And so on that day in particular, what do you attribute the 23-minute delay to?
I think there wasn't a delay. We immediately put the card in and it was dispatched. There were conversations in the room that day between leaders from us and from the fire liaison officer. And I think Chief Donnelly has recognized that, but you know, I can't really talk more about what I can direct you to the timeline. I don't have that right in front of me.
Okay, and do you think there is currently a tool in the toolbox to let feds know that there were dogs who were in danger of drowning?
I'm sorry.
When you said there's a bunch of tools in the toolbox, maybe
that information was captured. I'm looking really at systematic changes. You know, each incident is sad and you know, I recognize that. But I'm really looking at how we change the system systematically. And I point back to the fact that ECBD is a out of date, broken system. And so I know there's been a lot of talk about PowerPhone today, and PowerPhone is going to change a lot of things. I know that maybe people don't believe that from the information that they've gathered or read online, but as a 911 subject matter expert, I have done my research. I have talked to places of similar size and structure that have this program, and I'm confident that the results that we are going to see from PowerPhone are going to minimize some of the errors that we have experienced in the past.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, and I'm going to move on to my colleagues out of respect for their time, but I do just want to say I agree with you that we should all be focused on systematic changes. But one of the things that helps us be the most effective partners with you all in that work is a deep understanding of what went wrong on these errors so that we can put our heads together and think about what those systematic changes are. And so drilling down on the details of why an error happened is an important part of transparency and accuracy that we're focused on in order to have those systematic changes. So I'm going to turn to my colleague, Councilor Parker, for a 10-minute round. We'll pick this back up. Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Thank you, and good to see you again, Director. I'm going to start off by saying it makes me a little uncomfortable to hear you say you can't answer certain questions, and I'm hoping that doesn't become a pattern. I've noted today, and I've said before, I found you to be pretty forthcoming, and you know, I respectfully suggest that I don't believe the executive has a certain privilege not to answer certain questions with oversight. I want to delve into a few areas, the first of which is around some of the numbers that you cited. 82% of 911 centers are reporting understaffing. That context is really helpful, and it tracks what we're seeing across many areas of government, from MPD to the like. Can you just briefly speak to the steps you're taking to improve staffing? That's one. But then two, what steps, if any, are you taking to improve pay at OUC?
Sure. So in May of 2023, when I was before you during my confirmation hearing, I reported 36 positions were open for call takers. 11 people started in June. 23 started in September. A couple of those people, you know, we've had people leave or be promoted. And so today we took the number 36 down to 5. So I'm really, really proud of that. And we're doing a lot of things. We're really getting out there. I was, at the grocery store yesterday, and the person had really amazing customer service skills. And so I was like, here's my card. If you're ever interested in being a 911 call taker, just drop me a line and I'll put you in the right direction. So we're recruiting heavily throughout, our travels and our living here in the city.
Is that primarily people reaching out and applying, or are you all doing pop-up events?
Yes.
Can you just speak to the steps you're taking briefly?
We've been to at least 20 hiring events, whether they were sponsored by the executive or sponsored by some of your colleagues on council. We go to every pop-up event. We're at community walks. When we go to ANC meetings, we're asking people, to help us recruit. And so we're doing a lot there. We also, I think the start of Prospect Day has really been helpful, because what was happening before was maybe you applied for the job. When that job closed, we were getting your information like 15 days later. Maybe you had already found a job. And then we were asking you to come in for a test. And then we were asking you to come in for an interview. And so that was taking months on end, and we were losing a lot of people. By consolidating that, we have been able to get to where we are today.
Okay. And what about pay? Have you explored increasing pay? I know before we've talked about signing bonuses, and you spoke about barriers with DCHR that kind of puts a cap on how much of a signing bonus you can provide. What other steps are you taking?
So, really grateful to Acting Director Hall. He's really been helping us work through that. So we are giving signing bonuses. In fact, the class that started in June, they got the first round of signing bonuses. And then the team that started just last month also got the signing bonus. And then we are participating in a regional pay survey. And we also have been asked to participate in a large city 911 center pay survey. And so we agreed to that. And so when those results are published, we'll share those out.
And when is that expected?
By the end of the calendar year, is my understanding. It was being done by another large city in the US. And so they're owning it, and they asked us to participate.
And is it reasonable to expect, should it say we ought to pay our 911 dispatchers and OUC staffers more, that would be a recommendation that you would make?
Yes. I do know that the average salary for a 911 call taker in the United States right now is just under $31,000, which we are above that at 48.
And I would respectfully suggest that it's hard to live in the district on $48,000, and it's hard to live on $30,000 just with the cost of living nowadays. I want to move on, but you referenced, I believe you said we are the 4th largest 911 office in the country. One of the things that I've had discussions with others about is our transition to a unified call system. And so, where we are having civilians filter these calls for MPD and FEMS versus first responders kind of filtering their own calls, which is what we transitioned from in the past. Is there any thought or consideration about shifting the way we do calling into our 911 system? Because it's my understanding the other 3 larger systems don't have a unified call center like we do. And if they do, please correct me.
They do. And those folks there, to my knowledge, are also certified. And that is what we are working on. The PowerPhone system will come with the certification. Our call takers will be certified in emergency medical, fire, and police call taking.
But when we think about a New York, a LA, do they have a unified call center?
They do. So when they call 911, they're coming into one 911 center that is run by NYPD. We visited them in summer of 22, to see if there were other things we could be doing differently.
And our call center is not run by our PD office, it's run by civilians.
It is correct. It is run by me as the director of this agency, and that's where most centers are going today. That's more of the preference with the industry now, because what has happened over the years is that our call takers have been classified as secretarial or administrative. And I'm not certain the last time a lay citizen was able to give CPR instructions or deliver a baby or stop hemorrhaging over the phone. 911 call takers are first responders, and we should be recognized as such, and we should be treated as such. And it's very specific training to become a 911 call taker. When you have a class
And
yes.
Just for the sake of time, I don't disagree with that. In fact, I do agree, which is why I think we should pay 911 staffers more, and we should take what's happening at the agency a lot more seriously. It is my understanding that those other 911 centers are not centralized in the same way that we are, but we can follow up offline about that. I did want to just go to the training and the discrepancy of what your testimony is suggesting versus what we heard from the auditor. It seems like you're suggesting that there are inaccuracies in the auditor's testimony. What I heard pretty clearly from the auditor is we need proof, not so much that you're not doing it, but you haven't sufficiently proved that you are doing the things you're suggesting. One area that the auditor is saying that OUC needs to prove is around supervision and monitoring. And I'll read the questions from the auditor's report. How many identified issues have been reported? How many staff have been identified for retraining through this process? How many, if any, have been identified for disciplinary action? Is that data you could provide the council today?
I can provide some of that. I can tell you that every single one of our call takers and dispatchers have gone through retraining since my appointment in February. I can tell you that we have had 29 people separate from our agency. 10 of them were terminated, and 7 people have served suspensions. We are holding people accountable. Each 911 shift has 4 supervisor positions assigned to it. And I'm sorry, Councilmember Parker, your other question?
Yeah, so I will follow up in writing and I will loop in the committee. But these seem like very straightforward questions, and I would love if you could get us response. And so if we can just merge the gap between you and the auditor's office. I did want to just come to, in my last minute, the issue of Rhode Island and the district dogs, and we've had a lot of discussion here. Yes, what I understand it is that at the time, OUC or 911 did not have the appropriate call code or whatever you want to call it to say there is a indoor flood that is happening at this facility. Is that accurate?
We have indoor flooding. We don't typically have people and or pets trapped.
And so is that why you would suggest those that were working on that day entered it as a non-emergency public assist?
It was entered as a flooding call. All calls when they are sent over to fire are immediately dispatched. We don't hold calls for next available units. That works a little bit differently on MPD.
And in my last 8 seconds, there's been a lot of uproar about you and the agency withholding information about the call taker's performance on that day. Can you just say why you're withholding that information and if you're able to release it? And then I'm at time.
Sure. I'm not withholding it. I said with the tools that they had that day, they asked the appropriate questions that they had. We have now since had retraining. And we've also.
So are you able to release the CAD reports in association with those employees?
We cannot release the CAD reports at this time.
Okay, I am out of time. I hope Councilmember Henderson or Pinto will pick up on this. I have to run to another meeting, but Director, I'm a little troubled by that because it seems like you're saying one thing and then saying another that contradicts it. And out of respect for the committee, I'm going to yield the rest, or I'm going to turn it back over to Councilmember Pinto. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director McGaffin. We'll now turn to Councilmember Henderson and member of the committee for a 10-minute round.
Thank you, Chairperson Pinto, and good afternoon, Director McGaffin. I'm back. My hearing's done, so I'm here now. I do want to follow up on what where Councilmember Parker was sort of leading off. Is there a particular reason why you cannot release that report?
When things are under investigation.
Okay, so what is the protocols for when it can be released? Is it once an investigation is complete?
Yes, I believe so.
An investigation by whom?
But I'm sorry, I'm unable to answer that. There is an ongoing investigation, and so we just have to hold the evidence of that investigation until we can release it. There is information about that day at District Dogs on our website, and I can direct you there. But as far as official records, because of the investigation.
Okay, but you can't tell me who is doing the investigation? Who's conducting the investigation?
I cannot, I'm sorry.
Okay. Is it law enforcement? I'm trying to understand. There's an investigation going on, but you cannot tell me the agency who is investigating.
All I know is that it's multiple parties, and I cannot release that information at this time, the CAD report at this time.
Okay. I want to go back to talking a little bit about staffing from your testimony. How many FTEs does OUC have in whole?
In totality, it's 300, I believe it's like 357. I will have to get back to you with the exact number, as with the start of the new fiscal year. There are a few more.
Okay. How many of those approximately 350 individuals are call takers?
109.
And how many are dispatchers?
About 70 of them. About half of our full-time employee count is 911.
Okay. So in your testimony, and I mentioned this earlier in my opening statement, so I went back and looked at some old Washington Post stories from 2014, 2013, 2015, when we were having difficulties in terms of response. And it wasn't necessarily OUC per se. We had some issues in terms of not having enough teams over with FIMS to be able to respond to the increased amount of call volume that we were experiencing at that time. And I noted that in your testimony, you said we've experienced a 13.7% increase in total call volume in just this past fiscal year alone. And so one of the things that I'm concerned about is whether or not the size of OUC or our call takers and dispatchers is matching the volume of calls that we are currently seeing. We've seen an increase, but if your staffing ratios stay exactly the same, then of course you're going to have issues in terms of people being able to answer calls in the timely fashion that they're supposed to. Is that something that you all have evaluated?
Yes. So we look at something called an Erlang-C calculation. It's supported by our agents or our industry leads, Anita and APCO. And we use that calculation to determine call volume, how long we're staying on the call. That's another really important aspect of that. And then if there's any sort of wrap up. And so we've used Erlang-C calculations. I'm confident now that once we have all of the call taker positions filled, that, we can see an increase. But also it's not just about people. So right. I mean, the people is the most important resource, but it's how often people are calling, what they're calling about, and things like that. And so there may be times, even in the future, where people are going to experience a longer than they want to hold time. But what we're going to do
if our ratio is off, then we're never going to get better. Or I don't want a situation where I have a call taker who is trying to rush someone off the phone because they see, I don't even know the necessarily terminology, but either they feel like, oh shoot, I'm on this call for too long, I'm going to get penalized. Or if I stay on for too long, I'm going to drop another, like some call is going to go unanswered because of that. Let me pivot a little bit. You mentioned that each 911 shift has 4 supervisors assigned to it. How many actual staff is supposed to be on it as well?
So it's 12 police dispatchers, 7 fire dispatchers, and between 17 and 22 call takers. We take much fewer calls at night, so we have a shift there.
Okay, so your dashboard said that of the 66 shifts in August, 26 did not meet the staffing target. And of the 67 in September, 22 shifts were not staffed appropriately. Are these situations that you all see coming? I.e., folks who are taking their annual leave, it is clustered and now you see it coming, or are these emergency call out situations that have led to not reaching the staffing target?
It's a mixture of both, quite honestly. Of course, we can prepare for the things we see coming, such as leave. It's a little harder. Just a couple of weeks ago, I had like 5 police dispatchers who, because of their close proximity, all had COVID. And so then they're automatically out for 5 days, and then trying to backstaff those positions is a little tougher. We do use mandatory overtime when necessary. We do use voluntary overtime every day.
Okay. We use voluntary overtime every day.
Yes. Until January, when we have this last group of call takers that will be out and kind of counted towards our staffing. Right now, when they're in training, they're not counted toward our staffing.
Okay. Well, let's talk about that a little bit, because you talk a little bit this in your testimony. I don't know, 2 OUC directors ago, this came up in a hearing where of like how many applications that you need in order to get down to a single recruit class. And, I applaud the idea that we have tested and interviewed and background checked more than 436 prospective candidates over the last 5 months. But how we got down to only 56 currently being screened for suitability, like, we are losing folks here. Yeah.
We are. So 436 is inclusive of the 35 that we have hired, or the 34 that we have hired. We lose a lot of people for a lot of various reasons. One of the things is, they don't respond back. We invite them, we invite hundreds of people to prospect day. We have some people who don't respond back to that. Then the critical testing, if they don't pass that, then they don't move on to the next round. And so it's not a position where we can just bring everybody in who applies. I think we're pretty generous in how we do it. But we also, there are at some junctures where people are just like, this is really stressful, or the job really gets dehumanized sometimes. And I'll be quite frank with you that we lose them sometimes to other jurisdictions, because some of our close nearby jurisdictions are saying things like, hey, you can come to us, and if you make a mistake, we'll work with you. It won't be on the 5 o'clock news. And so there's an extra level of scrutiny and, accountability.
On the 5 o'clock news that you sent a fire truck to the wrong address and someone drowned?
We are in an area of about 13 911 centers, and trust me, they're making errors too, right?
Yeah. I hear you on that. And and I don't necessarily feel like we need to lower our standards at all.
No, absolutely not.
But perhaps there's something different that we need to be doing. And you said very clearly, 911 call takers are first responders and should get treated as such. And I agree with you on that. And I will echo what Councilmember Parker said. If we look at our universe of 911, our universe of first responders, our 911 call takers are our lowest paid. And yet they are foundational to dispatching everybody else. It's sort of in the same way as if I look at the education continuum, our childcare workers are the lowest paid, and yet they set the foundation for all the brainiacs who make it to college, right? Like it's a shift that needs to occur. And I know that's a bigger thing than what was sort of said, but or a bigger thing than what you can necessarily address right now. But I just feel like we should be moving in that particular direction, especially if we have 13 call centers that are in our region. Mm-hmm. What approximately how many of our folks are DC residents?
53% at last count.
Okay. And I'm not saying that they need to be, because I know if Councilmember Parker were here, he would know that we've had this debate on some other things in the healthcare space, right? Only about 40% of the healthcare workers in the district are district residents. But when it comes to learning the geography of the district, it's confusing to people, the quadrant system. It could be very confusing to folks around like, well, I sent them to 41st Street, but 41st Street Northwest and 41st Street Southeast are 30 minutes apart from each other in terms of distance. And so I think as part of the training program, geography is part of it.
Yes, it is part of it. We've increased the training. We've also brought in partners, FEMS, DPW, and DDOT are all part of our initial training program now for 911 call takers. And then I also testified that in our continuing education policy, which is new since my administration, that 8 hours of geography training annually must occur with a hands-on element. So whether that's a ride-along or a tour or something like that, where they're really going out and seeing the city is important and imperative to our success.
All right, I'm over my time, but I'll be back. Councilmember Pinto, thank you.
Thanks so much, Councilmember Henderson and Director McGaffin. Okay, so I want to talk to you, Director, about transparency. And I am pleased to hear that you met with the DC Auditor and others to discuss transparency. And as DC strives to be an open government, it would seem aligned that we would be a jurisdiction that would allow for the release of 911 records, as we see in California, Georgia, Iowa, and New York. And at your confirmation hearing, I asked whether this is something that you could commit to providing the public with a full call transcript with personal identifying information redacted and a timeline of the call when a call receives an incident report. You said that this would be something that you would discuss and consult with general counsel. Have you since consulted with general counsel? And is this something that OUC plans to release this information for calls that there have been an incident report?
So thank you. We have discussed, we also, as noted both in my testimony and the auditors, that we met with Vega's Office of Open Government. They were really helpful and did some research. And so we're looking at that. I also had a situation where someone called and asked for 911 calls. And then that person's partner also called and said, please don't release those because I don't want that person to know that I was the caller, because it's a domestic violence situation. And so I have to weigh all of those things. Even when we talk about redacting names and things like that, some people have really distinctive voices. And so we would never want to release information that could put somebody's life in danger. And so it really is a balancing act. Of what we can and what we cannot. And those are all things that I have to take into account. Our general counsel has been doing a lot of research with other general counsels from 911 centers across the nation. We met with, like I said, with Open Government, and they got us some information back. So those are all things that we'll be reviewing. But as far as the other things, I'm hopeful that we are being really transparent about the complaints and things like that and where people are and what we're doing to mitigate and make those changes.
Okay, and I'm glad you raised the domestic violence example. I'm sure it's not the only example, but it is one that I also have a concern with, but we don't want to be overly sharing information that could put somebody at risk. Are those determinations that you or your team are making on an ad hoc basis, given the particulars of a certain case, or is it something that we can get to have more of a standard of release, but for those kind of exception circumstances?
We're using the guidelines that the auditor spoke about earlier, that there are some FOIA exceptions. So those are what we're currently using today.
Okay, speaking of FOIA, are you aware of what percentage of FOIA requests that have been denied since you became acting director and then through your confirmation to director up till now?
I have not, but I will get you those numbers.
Okay.
In follow up.
Thank you so much. I think in our spirit of transparency and looking at the data in aggregate, I think that would be helpful to know as we think about if those standards should be changed to make sure that you all have the authority clearly laid out to release some of that information. And that's some of what we heard from the testimony today. I also want to follow up on something that you said to Councilmember Henderson around not being able to share if there's an investigation or who is conducting the investigation. What is that basis or statute that you're thinking of that disallows you from sharing who is conducting an investigation?
One of the exceptions is for investigations. So that's where that is coming from. And so that's what I'm following at this point.
Okay, and it's my understanding that that exception is for criminal investigations.
It's not an OUC investigation. And so I'm trying to, kind of hold with the integrity and the sensitivity of that investigation at this point.
Got it. Okay, thank you for that clarity. I think that that is probably helpful for folks of that I imagine there's an investigation within OUC. Is that right, for your piece of this?
Yes, we investigate everything that we know about. Absolutely.
Okay, so is it accurate to say OUC is investigating its errors, and there also may be other investigations going on that you're not going to speak about?
Yes, that's fair.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarity.
Thank you. And I'll make sure that Council Member Parker knows that too. That might have been helpful for him. So.
Okay, thank you. So let's go back to staffing. I appreciated your conversation with some of my colleagues about what you're doing and the efforts that you've undertaken. And I like that story about meeting somebody at the grocery store and things. I have talked a lot about, since your confirmation hearing, about this promotion of the first responders and the optionality to people to do this important public service, public safety work. And so we'll continue to try to kind of share that message far and wide. A Washington Post article noted on September 8th that nearly 40% of shifts at OUC facility in August were understaffed, with callers kept on hold for 3 or 4 minutes. So you've mentioned that you've reduced the number of call vacancies from call takers to 36 in May and 5 today. And so I'm trying to reconcile how you could have filled so many vacancies, but still have so many understaffed shifts. What is that discrepancy about?
Sure. And that's because of the 16 weeks that those people are in training, getting that highly specific training. And so that's why I note that we have 11 that are chair side now. So they're with a certified training officer. Worker. They're answering 911 calls, and that seasoned person is on the line in case they're missing things, and they're evaluating their work while they're on there. So like on the job training, just as you would have for like a probationary member with MPD or FEMS. And then the 23 that just started, will be kind of counting more towards staffing in January, right? So they're in their classroom training now, that's 8 weeks. And then they'll go to their on the job training. That's another typically 8 weeks. And then at that point, they will be released to be independent call takers. And so that's where that delta comes in. We won't see the effects of this massive hire until after the first of the calendar year.
Okay, because they were just hired in early September.
Some are hired in July, so we'll see a little bit of a shift, and then in January we should see more of a shift.
Okay, so we can expect in January we'll see major improvements in the minimum staffing level ratios.
Yes, but I just want to really, always kind of put the caveat that volume spikes are really unpredictable. So when we have major events, there's going to be a spike and there will be hold times. And the one thing that I cannot ever say enough is please don't hang up. Don't hang up and call back. Stay on the line. We are going to get to you in the order that the call was received. And so a lot of times when people say, after this amount of time I hung up, and then I look at what the maximum wait time was, it's only a few seconds more, but now they've put themselves back at the end of the line. And so they're kind of just having to wait again, that double time. So please always just stay on the line.
Okay, thank you so much. And we will certainly do our part to share that message as well for folks. So that's for call takers. What about vacancies for other positions that you have at the agency?
So with dispatchers, I have worked with DCHR to open part-time dispatching. Dispatching is not as, it requires training. It's no less than a call taker. I don't ever want to say that, and I don't believe that in any way. But it's a little bit more fluid across 911 centers. So what we are looking at is we've put out part-time positions for dispatch in hopes that maybe people who dispatch in other places can come in, or people who have left to pursue other careers but were dispatchers here could come back and help on nights and weekends to help alleviate some of that. And that suggestion actually came from some of our dispatchers who were like, let's go get these people who have this skill set and bring them back. So we're working through that and have that posted, but the reality is, I'm really pulling all the stops to try to get people to OUC to mitigate this, because this is really hard work emotionally and mentally. And my people are full of tenacity and they keep showing up, and I'm so very proud of them. But they need a break, and I need to be the person to provide that.
Thank you. That's a good idea as well about the part-time and the different shifts. And just to go back to this January class, is it common that, or what is the level of graduation rates for a particular class? Can we expect of the 23 that all 23 of them will likely graduate based on how we've seen previous class years, or what can we expect there?
That's the goal. So prior to my administration, I'm not certain with the numbers were, but we have been in the high 90s. Okay. And sometimes when people have situations that might prohibit them from finishing, we're really working with them to come back at a later time, to rejoin us, because they've already gone through the process. We don't have to do that again. They don't have to do that again. But it's my goal that they all stay. And then we'll also have a class starting on November 5th, because we'll need to promote some to supervisor roles and some to dispatcher roles because of retirements. And so I'm building that pipeline, that 56. I hope to be able to fill, any vacancies that we have come November with the people. And we're going to continue to do prospect day, and we're going to continue to keep our position open so that we do have a pipeline of people.
Okay. And in terms of the job fairs and the 2,500 hiring bonus and junior academy, I believe you said your goal was to reduce the 6-month recruitment process by 50%. Has that been successful?
It has been. And it was a little hard getting started, but as soon as Acting Director Hall came in place, we really ramped that up, and we could not have done that without DCHR, but it has been. The people that applied in July are who started in September.
Okay, great. And I think it's great and much higher, frankly, than a lot of other public safety agencies, that 53% of your staff are DC residents, as you shared in March. Has that number gone up or down since these additional hiring? And I think you also mentioned there were 12 bilingual call takers. Has that number increased?
Yes, both numbers have increased. I don't know the numbers, but I myself too am now a DC resident, so it went up a little bit.
Well, welcome officially to the district.
Thank you.
The audit recommended hiring more supervisors in the call taking floor to provide guidance. So I want to check in on the status of this. Are these new supervisors that work on the OUC floor? Are they still being trained or onboarded? And how many have been hired since we last talked about this and are on the floor?
Sure. So right after the audit came out, and I can get you specific dates, but in fiscal year 23, a fourth supervisor was added to each position, a fourth supervisor position. Those positions were filled. We've had a couple of people retired, so we've promoted up. And so we do have 4 supervisors assigned to each shift.
Okay. And that is up from where it was?
It was 3 prior. In fiscal year 22, it was 3.
Okay. In a September 8th statement, OUC said that it uses the Erlang-C formula on industry best practice to determine ideal minimal staffing levels, which for DC, I believe is still 44 employees for day shifts and 37 for night shifts. And that the current agency has 180 911 operations employees. The OUC dashboard seems to show that in August, out of 66 shifts, 26 did not meet the targeted staffing levels, which has gone up. And so can you just unpack that for me to make sure I'm where we are there today?
Sure. So Erlang C only addresses the call taker side of things. The dispatch side of things is determined by the needs of MPD and FEMS as agencies that we service. So those are separate, but each of those pods have a supervisor now. So each shift has like an MPD supervisor, a FEMS supervisor, and then a shift supervisor for everybody and a call take supervisor. So the Erlang C is for call takers. That determines how many call takers we need. And then, like I said, the needs for the other stuff. So as we're kind of looking at that, we're talking about not just call volume, but how long we're on the call with a person. And that also increased in fiscal year 23. And that increased only by about 2 seconds, which when you think about 2 seconds, that's not a lot. But when you think about 1.8 million calls and 2 seconds each, that is a lot, right? That's over 600 hours. So, we'll recalculate. We'll always look at this. We're part of diversion programs. Those sometimes take a little bit longer to get those people over there, but we use that Erlang C as like a basis. And then we staff up on days that we know are historically higher, 4th of July, things like that.
Okay, that's helpful. And then I just want to ask one more question about staffing before I turn to Councilmember Henderson. So several, over 100 of the district's advisory neighborhood commissioners have offered important and pressing recommendations for reform through letters, through resolutions for some of them. And they issued a letter on September 5th to the mayor, to you, to the council, and it asked for a number of things. And one of the things it asked for was for OUC to ensure staffing such that the text to 911 service is fully staffed at all times. So I just wanted to get an update from you on what the status is for staffing of this important tool. And ANC 1E resolution asked which shifts are more prone to understaffing. So curious your perspective on that as well.
So text to 911 is always available unless there's a systematic issue with the service, which is above OUC. So if that happens with texting, what happens is if for some reason the text cannot be delivered, you are supposed to get a bounce back message from the carrier saying that it could not be delivered and to make a voice call. If you get to us, but for some reason there's no answer, that message looks a little bit different, and that's by design so that we can see when it was a system carrier non-delivery or if it was an OUC non-acceptance. The text to 911 system is always on. Also, we have relay and TTY, and everybody in our center, actually in every center across the nation, is trained on TTY and how to use that. So the text is the same system as our 911. It's just on a little bit of a different platform, but it's always on. And if for some reason it's not, we'll let the public know.
And staffing levels are where they need to be for that?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Chair Pinto. Director McGavin, I want to follow up on that. So one of the ANC commissioners was actually from Ward 6, Commissioner Dooling, who I think in his SMD also has a number of deaf and hard of hearing residents. But he said that there was a deaf DC resident who was seeking medical emergency help. The response that they received said, quote, "Please make a voice call to 911. There is no text service to 911 available at this time." Who would have generated that particular message?
So those messages are mandated by the FCC if a telco company cannot deliver the call to a 911 center.
Okay, so that would have been an issue with the carrier, you're saying?
It could be. I would like to look into it a little bit more. Our messaging is very similar, but we have a very specific message and they have a very specific one. And so I can connect with that ANC and we can find out the number and we can do research.
Okay. It'd just be helpful. I mean, DC, our region, or not our city, we have the one of the highest numbers of deaf and hard of hearing community in the country. And so if there are issues with texting, that's a problem, particularly when we have individuals who might have a particular emergency, whether emergency in their home, an emergency at their, excuse me, place of work or recreation or entertainment, et cetera. Like any place that it has to work in the country, it absolutely has to work in the District of Columbia, given our numbers. And so I would definitely appreciate you following up to look at that more. And I know that as Councilmember Pinto said, that was definitely something that all of the ANCs raised, but this in particular from Commissioner Dooling, I'll admit, when I saw it, I was like, good gracious, like how can text to 911 not work, not just for deaf and hard of hearing, but in domestic violence cases and otherwise. This is a tool that we want people to use if they feel unsafe, to be able to get in contact. Are there ways for you all to follow up with a carrier to say, hey, this did not work, or your system did not work this many times, and therefore you should look at this?
I do. So I'm a mandatory reporter if a telco doesn't deliver a voice call or a text session. So I'll say this, I just looked. So far in October, our agency has taken 1,226 text messages. So the system is working. But I am a mandatory reporter to the FCC. And so if people say they called and they were not delivered, which means I can't see it on my end, I do have to, we then try to trace it back to the telco or the telephone company, and we do have to report that.
Okay. But I guess in that particular case, you only know if something wasn't delivered if somebody reports it or doesn't report it.
Yes. Not things that aren't delivered never made it to our system.
Okay. So it's not as though, oh, you guys are aware, you just didn't care. You just have no knowledge of it.
We have no knowledge of it.
All right. And is there a public facing way that people can get that information to you all? More than just a tweet, right? Like, is there a public, I don't call it complaint, public information button on the OUC website to say, hey, this is a situation that happened?
There sure is. Since my appointment, there has been. It's on at ouc.dc.gov. It's very prominent. It says feedback. You click on it, you put in your information. I can tell you to date, we've had 23 feedback session forms submitted to us. But that is the preferred method because we get those instantaneously. We can connect with you. We can find out what happened on your end, and we can give you the information that you need to, if it is like, if you had a telephone company that didn't deliver the call, we can give you that information and tell you how to take the next steps to interact with them for non-delivery.
Okay. And so for the 23 complaints that you've already received or feedback, I'm not going to call them complaints, feedback comments, you all follow up on each and every one of those?
Yes. And we also give feedback to this committee's personnel on those.
Okay. I have a question in terms of staffing as well. So I recently met with some firefighters, and they talked a little bit about a potential upcoming bubble around retirement coming up, but an opportunity to perhaps fold in retirees into other positions within the public safety or first responder continuum that isn't them actually going out on calls. So for instance, someone might go on senior service and then be detailed over to OUC to assist with dispatch because of their expertise in terms of what to look for, what to listen for, and to sort of know. What are your thoughts about that?
We have several people on the OUC team who are retired firefighters, police officers, and correctional officers. I welcome them. The job is always open, and I welcome them to apply and come be a part of our team.
Okay. One of the things that at one point in the last few years had been introduced and deployed was the nurse triage line. The dashboard says that, not all calls require a dispatch, and that there are a number of instances where you're diverted to a more appropriate response. The data shows that the nurse triage program has been used 740 times between September 1st and October 1st, with an average of about 24 calls a day. Does OUC receive feedback from FIMS about the calls that are dispatched that would have been, from MPD or FIMS, about calls they were dispatched to that could have been better suited for the nurse triage line? Like, what's the feedback loop for how we can better train our dispatchers or call takers to know if something is a true emergency that requires FIMS or MPD response versus using the nurse triage program more?
Sure. So nurse triage is specific to FEMS. So we have a great relationship with Dr. Holman, the medical director for the city. And then we also have FEMS quality assurance team who is looking at all of that data and providing us feedback. They also assist with our training. The one thing that I will say is with PowerPhone, as you're answering certain questions, it's going to say, this is a nurse triage line call, send it to nurse triage. Right now, we're kind of finding out what the situation is, and each individual is having to make the determination, is this nurse triage or is this for dispatch? Once the calls go to nurse triage, the nurse is doing a further assessment, and they have a couple of things that they can do. They can send it back to us for dispatch, or they can process it and do one of the very many amazing things that they do, getting clinic appointments, doing telehealth medicine, things like that. But Dr. Holman and Chief Donnelly and team, Chief Anune, they're all very much integrated. We have a really strong partnership, and that's one of the things we're addressing.
Okay. So the nurse triage program seems to be getting a lot of usage, but the DBH access helpline is less so. Are there differences here? And just for folks who are listening, the access helpline was only used 51 times in September and from September 1 to October 1, which is, very different than nurse triage, but I know that there's probably some overlap around some of these things. Or are there specific, like, if the call is related to substance, a substance abuse disorder or something, that you're automatically, I guess, going with the nurses versus DBH?
Sure. So when the DBH program started, we had put a lot of parameters around it. In fiscal year 23, we were accepted into the Harvard Kennedy School Government Performance Lab cohort to expand our program. And we have been doing that. We actually are in the cohort again this year for fiscal year 24. And so we have expanded our parameters and we're training. We're still really trying to determine what's the best fit for calls to be transferred to the access helpline through DBH. And so as we're doing that, you've seen an increase because 51 times might seem like a lot, but when it started, it was like 7 times a month. So we're seeing this trajectory upward. And again, with better tools at the fingertips of our call takers, they won't have to remember all of these things. They'll kind of have the guides right there in front of them to say, this will be to DBH. We've also co-located with the DBH access helpline. So their call takers are in our center, some of them. And another thing that they do is if we send mental health consumer cards over to MPD, they will look at that MPD board and they will say, hey, we could probably handle this over the phone, and they'll give the person a call to kind of get that off of MPD dispatch.
Can you go back to when you say, we have the various individuals co-located on the same floor and co-located in the same pod are two different things, right? One of the, when I worked in the Senate, I shared an office with 3 other people, which made a transfer of information much more easily because you're just turning to, hey, what's this, versus I got to send an email. The person has to come downstairs or walk over or those kinds of things. Have you looked at the organization of how we do the call floor to determine if there should be some changes around efficiencies to allow for better collaboration? I was just in a committee on health hearing, and the head of DC Health was talking about the fact that like collaboration should be a physical thing. It should be a physical activity, like some sort of action, not just everybody being on an email together. And so collaboration in this instance, I feel, is a similar thing, that perhaps proximity should be better.
Yes. So the Harvard Kennedy School helped us with that too. And so they are co-located next to our police dispatchers, but accessible to our 911 call takers and our supervisors. And there are many times when we let them know that we need them on the call taking side, and they come over and they'll plug in and listen to that call with the call taker and say, yes, we could take this, or no, that definitely needs to be dispatched to fire or EMS.
Okay. What are the privacy agreements or limitations in terms of, let's say for the DBH health access line or even the nurse triage line, if we have frequent flyers, frequent callers, that we can actually refer those to other agencies who could provide some more direct resource help?
Those, the receiving agencies handle that. So FEMS keeps a list of people who are common to them or known to them really well, as does DBH. The other thing that we do with DBH is we get a lot of consumers who might call us and they on 911 and they want to just talk or have somebody to talk to. And so we can, if they don't want to be transferred to Access Helpline, we capture their phone number and we hand that over to DBH, and they've been really helpful in helping us to reduce those numbers.
Okay. Have you all been briefed on the upcoming opening of a new sobering center on K in North Capitol?
Yes, we have had some briefing. We also co-train with DBH. They provide us training. So we do know about it. I think there's more to come from them to us, and how that works.
When you talk about training, how much of this is hands-on, right? Because I feel like there are people who obviously learn in different fashions. For some people, training is sitting with with a binder of information and somebody's providing a lecture or whatever. But I feel like in some of these instances around some of our OUC call takers and dispatchers, that they might benefit from a more hands-on experience on certain things, just to better understand, like, what are the mechanics of what happens based on a decision that you make, right? You say the following, and this is what happens, and you can sort of see it in action. How do you all balance the two? I appreciate that you have updated the training curriculum and have put in this continuing education, but I can imagine that it could be demoralizing for some of your, especially long-time call takers, if training is just literally sitting in a room and somebody speaking at you. I get that feedback a lot from teachers when they talk about professional development that doesn't actually develop them or add any particular value. How do you ensure that we're not facing that?
We have a simulation lab at our center. We also have 2 hands-on labs that have computers, and actually there's an annex right next to our building, and that's going to become a full-time training center in December, and that will have pods just like we have now on our 911 floor. So we're going to kind of create a lab, if you will, that'll look exactly like our call floor, and that'll be for call taking and dispatching. There are several different components, and they are hands-on even during the first week of our training. So some things are interactive and they're doing it online. Some things are classroom style, but there's a lot of hands-on. The geography is a lot of driving around and riding around, taking tours and looking at things. So we're trying to really do a good mix, especially understanding that we have a lot of adult learners.
Okay.
But they're all adult learners.
One of the things that might be good in part of the training around geography and things like that is like the bridges. What are the differences between 11th Street and, Douglas Bridge, all of these more specific in terms of landmarks. In my last sort of 30 seconds here, you keep speaking about, I think it's called Power Phone. I missed sort of your explanation of this, but when you said, as they're asking questions, something might pop up and say, this can go to the nurse triage line, or this is X, Y, or Z. Is this more of an AI-led generated type of program?
It's an algorithm. So it's an algorithm that is standards based. So if you say that you're having stomach pains, it's not going to ask like a 2-year-old, could there be a pregnancy? It's very intuitive. It allows for different instructions to be given without the call taker having to go and look for them, if that makes sense.
Okay.
I think too, I'm going to offer this, and we'll do this publicly too, is we'll do a demonstration of exactly what it does. I think people will have a better understanding if they're visual.
Okay. I think there's also maybe some distrust of some in terms of algorithms and how people respond to that. I wouldn't want someone to just depend on the algorithm prompt in terms of their response, right? If you're hearing something or you think that it should be something else, we need human or freedom of human reaction to the very real time thing that's going on. Because I know, I have a Google Home system. Sometimes Google gets it wrong. And, I asked for, I don't know, the Gummy Bear song, and they start playing something completely different. Right. So I want to unpack that a little bit more, especially sort of hearing what other jurisdictions are doing. Thank you, Councilmember Pinto.
Thank you. Thank you. So, Director, I want to
go back to quality assurance and progressive discipline that we talked a little bit about in the event of an error. Just again, because we have more of this information publicly for district dogs as a concrete example, can you just explain how that issue, just from OUC's perspective, was handled through quality assurance and how it was handled in the aftermath of the incident, where dispatchers were identifying the flash flooding as a water leak? What type of training does OUC offer to personnel to properly identify these types of events?
Sure. So they have initial training, and our I think the auditor kind of referenced this. We have a large span of when people joined OUC. Some have been there since the inception and some are newer. So trainings kind of look different. We've standardized training according to national standards. So everybody is getting that initial training now, and then everybody's doing the continuing education. The quality assurance national standard is for 2% of all of our 911 calls to be reviewed by certified quality assurance reviewers. We do that two-part. We do that in conjunction with DC Fire and EMS, and we do that with certified quality assurance personnel that are on staff at OUC. So we meet that 2% mark. This is the first year that we have actually met that 2% mark. In addition, anything that got post-dispatch instructions, CPR, childbirth, hemorrhaging, active shooter, those calls also all get reviewed. And then one of the recommendations was that we provide feedback within 5 days, and we are meeting that, and we'll have the documentation to prove that. We also, when we're doing the quality assurance, we identify concerns on an individual basis, a team basis, and an agency basis. And then from those, if it's an individual, we work with that person. There's a program that we can put them back into that is run by our training division, and that is specific to that person's needs. We then have the team, so we can do like specific roll call trainings. So if we have like a team who might not be verifying the quadrant, we'll go in and do a roll call training with them. And it's just that team. And then we'll look and we'll document, acceptance, if you will, like if there was responsiveness to the training. And then we have agency training. So agency training are things that we as a whole need to do. And so one of those things was geography. So we came up with a plan, and that's not why we have the 8 hours of hands-on geography training. Because to Councilmember Henderson's point, showing somebody a map of DC is fantastic, but if you don't know where the canals are, or the shrimp boat, or the big chair, and people are calling those things in, it becomes really a struggle between the caller and the call taker.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful for all of us to be on the same page about that process. So let's talk a little bit about the performance dashboard and OUC emergency data that's been posted. And as you know, I moved and the council passed emergency legislation this summer requiring OUC to post information on its website. And I want to thank you and your team for creating the dashboard. And I want to mention some improvements that some folks have suggested that the dashboard needs. The auditor recommended adding data like year-to-date 5-year averages and plus-minus measures, improving visual organization and correcting mathematical flaws in the calculations and clarifying how the calculations are being made. Are these commitments that you can make to addressing these types of issues?
We're going to look at all of the things. We've even had some residents kind of say, hey, this would work better if X, Y, or Z. And so you saw the original one, and then there was like a second iteration that came out the Monday after. So we're always open to looking at suggestions and ideas, and again, would encourage people to do that. This is beta, so you're going to continue to see changes that best suit the needs of everybody.
Okay. And when you talk about the national standard, that it's supposed to be 15 seconds or less for 90% of the time, that you all are at 77.86, and really other call centers are also below 90% of the time. What are the numbers or trends that you're referring to here? How many jurisdictions are failing to regularly meet this goal?
Sure. So there isn't like a national database, so I don't have an exact number. But when I talk to colleagues across the nation and when I'm a part of these discussions, one thing is really common is that more people are calling. And so meeting that 15-second mark is becoming increasingly harder. And so, I just want to note that just 4 years ago, that standard was 90% of calls in 10 seconds or less. And so that number has increased. I probably wouldn't be surprised if it went up again, just because it's just becoming harder and harder as we're seeing such an influx in 911 calls. We'll keep on top of that. We'll share that information out, of course. But I do know that unless you're in a really rural area, these call volumes are going up as people are kind of moving about more than maybe they were in 2020 and the couple years after.
Okay. And when we think about, you started having this conversation with Councilmember Henderson around diversion and the nurse triage line, which I think is such a fantastic resource, and DC residents should know about it to get medical care that might not require hospitalization or an emergency room, and that can be addressed with the nurse triage line. What type of efforts are you undertaking to expand the use of this valuable resource?
Yes. So I really have a great relationship with Dr. Holman, and he provides us so much. He and his team, they've provided us training. They've provided, coming over and kind of sitting with people and saying, hey, this goes to nurse triage. And one of the things that we really maybe didn't understand before he was engaged with us in this way is that it's so much more than just talking to a nurse on the phone. They can make you an appointment, they can get you to a clinic, they can do telehealth. And so the other thing, for our employees was really a big liability issue. What if I send somebody to the nurse and they shouldn't have gone to the nurse? So really explaining to them that there's safety nets built in there. And then all of our call takers and dispatchers have also gone through liability training, kind of letting them know, like, this is a system we have in place. So just trying to break down the barriers that are keeping them from getting the calls to those diversion programs and these diversion leaders, nurse triage, True, DBH, DPW, DDOT, getting them engaged with our team and kind of building those strong relationships, and that foundation of trust has really been helpful in kind of increasing all of these numbers.
Okay. Thank you for that. And as we think about other ways that we can kind of improve, going back to the dashboard a little bit, a number of folks have pointed out that while the legislation requires OUC to post average and maximum answer to dispatch times, that it's missing the dispatch queue to dispatch times. In other words, how long is it taking to dispatch 911? How long is it taking for somebody from when they call to actually somebody arriving at their scene? Is that something that you think you could add or that you could commit to adding to the dashboard?
I'll work with our partners. That's more than just the work of OUC. So the what's on the dashboard is really the things that OUC controls. So things that we can definitely look at. Queue to dispatch is different than queue to arrival. I just want to make sure that people really understand that as well.
Thank you so much. That's an important clarification. I think some have recommended the queue to dispatch specific timeline, again, to help us understand if that's where delays are happening as opposed to just the call time answer. But then I think, to your point, there's a broader interest for the experience that many of callers have, which is they made a call and they're most interested in when someone's arriving at that scene. And I think this is an area where, from your perspective, totally hear you, that you're posting the areas that OUC has direct control of, but where we really need to work within the entire public safety cluster to break down some of the silos, because as we solve some of these gaps, it's not only one agency dependent. And so we'll definitely work with the deputy mayor and others on that as well.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to pause there so I don't go over time, and we'll turn back to Councilmember Henderson for another round. And let me just say, actually, Director, if you would like a 5-minute break, to do whatever you may need to do, you're welcome to do that.
Okay, I'm okay. So thank you.
Okay, you just raise your hand and let me know.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Councilmember Henderson.
Okay. Let's go back to the AI algorithm conversation. I was just reading that in neighboring Arlington, they have been piloting or considering sort of shifting to an AI model, well, not model, system in terms of calls. It might actually be an algorithm, sort of like what you are talking about, but I feel like some people sometimes confuse AI and algorithms. What's the timeline of you thinking about rolling something like this out?
So I've talked to their director there. He's been great with sharing information. They're doing it for 311. So I wouldn't worry about that. It's 311. They have the same kind of setup as we do, that they are using, that their center is 911 and 311. So they're using that for 311 non-emergency type things. So we're looking at that. When I was at a conference this summer, there was a lot of talk about AI. I think there is some opportunity for AI, but not in 911 call taking at this moment here.
Okay. All right. I just want to clear that up for folks who are like, oh my gosh, we're going to have robots dispatching and X, Y, Z. Let's talk a little bit about sometimes, well, let me back up. I went down a rabbit hole this summer while I was reading a book about, well, it's not important what the book was, but the general theme of it was around power grid systems and whether or not 911 centers or unified command centers can survive an outage. We're good, right?
We are so good. We are probably better positioned than any other center I know. We have several generators. We have a backup site. We have a tertiary site that we can go to. We have a police station and a firehouse that we can kind of use in the interim. And we also have an 18-wheeler called Thor that can house our 911 call takers and dispatchers.
Okay, this is good to hear because back in 2014, this wasn't the case. We had a power outage that basically caused what was described as a catastrophic communications failure at our 911 call center. So I'm glad we have reached the point of we're real good. And whoever named Thor, what a use of words. Okay, so we're good on that front. What I'm not necessarily confident on is if we're good when we have these call out situations. So you said that you have instituted mandatory overtime. So if that is the case, then how is it possible for us not to have met the staffing targets and had shifts that were not appropriately staffed if mandatory overtime was in fact in play?
So I'll just give you an example. If we have 10 call takers can only work for 16 hours, because after that it's completely unsafe because they have to get home and everything else. So what is happening in some cases is that people are coming in early to fill gaps, and then at the end of the day they can't now stay over because at the end of their shift they have reached their 16 hours.
You have to send them home.
We have to send them home. And I will also say that is a policy that I have instituted. That was not a policy before, and people were staying, and that is just a liability and a risk that I am unwilling to take.
Okay.
They are human.
Okay. So that then tells me that our pool of potential individuals is shallow.
I also can't account for like FEMLA and PFL and if people are out sick. And so sometimes we just don't have enough people to meet those minimum staffing needs. On those numbers, sometimes it's just one person. And so we didn't meet that threshold. Sometimes it's multiple people. Sometimes it's a supervisor, sometimes it's a call taker. And so I've kind of heard that today, like where are the gaps? And so definitely things that we'll take back as suggestions to report.
When do we hit the threshold when someone from the senior leader team or supervisors have to jump on the phones?
They do. And actually, just maybe 2 weeks ago, I was downstairs supervising, answering non-emergency lines. My staff, everybody that's in the operations line knows that they also are having to do that. And then we have trainers and some folks that work in IT that are also certified as 911 call takers, and they help out as well.
What I'm hearing from you, Director, is that you need more people. And I'm not saying like people in terms of recruiting, because you clearly have a FTE number that you have been assigned. They have said this is your FTE number. But it is jarring to hear, especially when you don't have the full context, right? If we're talking about we're one person down for meeting the staffing target, things happen, right? One person is perhaps not going to cause a serious issue. If it's 5 people, if it's 7 people, if it's 10 people, we have a problem on our hands. And if you have been cycling through people who had already been either filling in earlier shifts or et cetera, and you don't have enough people who are left and available for the 16-hour fill, that tells me you need more people. Your pool is too shallow.
So we have the 36 coming in, and then we'll have people who will promote to dispatchers. And so I don't know if you were here for this part, so my apologies if I'm repeating myself, but the people that we have hired will really see the effects of that closer to January, because they're going through their 16 weeks of training now.
Right. Okay. So I guess we'll talk about this during performance oversight then.
I will keep a tab on it, you know, and I'm always confident and feel really well supported by the executive that, you know, when we need more positions, we can get those.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit more about when sometimes mistakes are made. And I know you say like the number of the call volume that you all have versus the number of inaccurate dispatches is small. But for the person who is on the other side of that inaccurate dispatch, it's not. Nor is it for, say, the MPD officer who is being berated because they showed up late, or the FEMS person who is being berated because you know, they were sent to the wrong address, or they came into the wrong address, or X, Y, or Z, right? I feel like for the fire and EMS, EMTs, and MPD, they're on the front line of whatever the mistake is that is being made. And to their credit, they just got to take it on the chin sometimes and just like power through to get whatever needs to be done. What percentage of OUC calls are inaccurately dispatched?
I do not have that number in front of me.
Okay.
But
is that a number that you would know?
We do have data, so I can work with our quality assurance team and see what they review, because they do say like this should have been coded as X instead of Y.
Okay.
I'm sorry, if I can just, when you talk about inaccurately dispatched, is that like address or
the whole variety of things? Right? Because a call that is, you received it, you provided the appropriate information, and the right team was dispatched and made it to the person, that to me seems like a success. If it is a wrong address, a wrong code in terms of what was the issue, those to me are the classifications of inaccuracies. And given that this is an oversight hearing on the performance piece and dealing with some of the transparencies, I'm just slightly disappointed that you don't have that number, because I feel like that's the basis of a lot of these conversations. Yes, we had public witnesses who were talking about very specific incidents that occurred, you know, but I'm trying to look at it from the totality so that we can see how do we improve. If we don't have that number, I don't know how we improve.
Sure. I you know, every single one of those 1.8 million interactions matter. So I just want to state that, and we will get numbers. Of course, the goal is always 0. It will always and forever remain 0 inaccuracies. But I also want to be very clear that we're also holding each person accountable for their part in those things.
Say more about that. Each person accountable in those things. You mean from a standpoint of the staff, you know, so we're looking at everything. So what happened? What was the mistake? Because we didn't have the right tools or the right things for them? Did something not go according to plan because we don't have the right resources in place or the right training in place? If that's the case, then we fix that. If it's because there was a performance issue, we address that too. We're not just letting things go. I don't ever want that to be the thought. Okay, so unless there is a big incident that occurs where FIMS or MPD or something is saying like, hey, we were sent to the wrong address, or you receive something from the feedback form, how would you guys know if there was a particular inaccuracy?
The dispatchers on police and fire are the ones who know. So if a wrong address is put in, the call taker typically won't have realized that, but it's certainly when the police officers, like, there's not a person here, or this isn't a good address, the police dispatchers and fire dispatchers report that to the supervisors. So on our dashboard, we kind of break that down. If it was how it was reported and who reported, a lot of the times it says OUC supervisor, because they're alerting us to the fact that this error was made and we need to investigate it.
Okay. Councilmember Pinto, I hope I'm asking if the committee can follow up on this particular point around the data question, because I imagine there are only a certain number of things that make it to the 10 o'clock news, right? And so I would be interested in knowing what is the actual number in terms of inaccurate dispatches. Sure, some of them might have been corrected and there might not have been anything that was an issue on the back end, but I feel like this number is important in terms of talking about the growth and performance of OUC going forward.
We have always shared those numbers at our performance oversight hearing for the previous fiscal year, and so I'll make sure that we get those to you.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Pinto. I actually do have to step away for another meeting, but if you happen to be still going, I might come back.
Great. Thank you so much, Councilmember Henderson. Appreciate you being here. We'll certainly follow up with the director about those questions. All right, director. So let's go back to PowerPhone. We haven't talked enough about PowerPhone today. At your confirmation hearing, the auditor asked for data demonstrating the need for the change to PowerPhone, what improvements were anticipated, and whether the change has support of other public safety partners. Can you unpack for me the rationale behind the decision to move to PowerPhone? Why is it more advantageous than criteria-based dispatch and the current software system that's used?
So criteria-based dispatch is really called Seattle King County Emergency Criteria-Based Dispatch. It's a homegrown system that was started in Seattle, King County, and it is not one of the three major standards-based protocol systems that are used in our industry today. The industry does not certify systems, but it does have a standard for call processing. PowerPhone, along with two others, one that was previously used in the nation's capital, do meet those criteria. We went with this one because it's very important to us to be able to correctly divert, but also to allow for customization by our partners at DC Fire and EMS and MPD. This is allowing for scripts to be put into our system that help get things to nurse triage, that help get things to DVH. Again, I just want to reiterate that this is standards-based. The system that we are currently using is broken in some sense. It is at end of life and it is no longer being supported. It's kind of being maintained by our OUC IT team. It's as standards change, as situations change, there are things that we're not going to have to worry about. So if you remember several years ago, there was Ebola, and that kind of, there was a card that was sent out by these standards-based protocol systems that was sent to 911 centers that had questions that had been medically cleared. So Dr. Holman, as our medical director, could look at that and say, yes, let's ask these questions. And then it's an automatic integration. Nobody's having to sit and come up with questions that we should be asking callers on the line, but we can certainly customize those. This will also help us to get better data and output. I talked about TCPR and the certification. TCPR is integrated into PowerPhone. So what is going to happen is if you have a child who's in need of CPR, it's automatically going to pop up the child CPR instructions. It's not going to even give you access to the adult CPR instructions because that would be wrong to use those. So it's intuitive in that way. Additionally, there's Cost Point in the city, and that's where all of the AEDs are across the city. With Power, what we ask now is, can somebody go see if there's an AED? With Power Phone, we would be able to say, Councilmember Pinto, go to the end of this hallway and make a left, and by the bathroom door, there's an AED machine. We'll be able to tell callers that. So we're going to be able to direct them better. We're going to be able to get better information from them. And this information will now be passed on to the responders in real time.
Okay. And are there any different considerations that you make for that type of technology or allowance given our space in the region and that so many folks are calling us kind of on the border?
Mm-hmm. So we can. So our neighbors in Alexandria are using PowerPhone. So we went over there, we looked at it. The Marine Corps is using it at all of their installations. There are over 700 cities. I've been in contact with them. We've gotten plenty of demonstrations, and this is the one that just fit us best. In my level of expertise, I've seen a lot of things over the years. There are a lot of those shiny packages on shelves. I don't go for that. I go for what works. And this is what is going to work in this city.
Okay.
I'm confident in that.
And that's great to hear that confidence. Is there any data to suggest that PowerPhone will help us prevent some of the errors that we're seeing now specifically?
Yes, and it'll help us get more things to diversion as well. So I was really, really clear with PowerPhone when we first engaged with them about, here are our challenges. Show me how. Show me. Don't tell me. Don't sell me the bag of goods. Show me exactly how this works. And we had people from all of the agencies we serve in the room too. And so, I think that the important thing is that we've kind of seen this in action. I just saw it again last week. I'm going to hopefully have the opportunity to show you and your colleagues this as well, so that you can really see the difference between what they're kind of using now and what they're using. And also, I'll be really clear, most of our call takers and dispatchers were here before when they were using a different system called Priority Dispatch that was a little more intuitive and scripted, and they all prefer that. We've had members of our agency on these meetings and in these demonstrations, trying to get a feel for it and to share what their needs are. And so I'm really confident that we have good user buy-in. And the other really good thing about it is the work is not really changing. It's the tool that is changing. And so the concern about training, I'm also confident that this is the absolute right time. We can't keep limping along a system that's broken and unsupported. It wouldn't be fair to the residents.
Okay, thank you for that. I think that's very helpful. So going back to some of our other pilot programs, we talked a little bit the nurse triage line, but several years ago, OUC partnered with FEMS to launch a cross-agency response center pilot, in which OUC directed emergency medical services to call FEMS staff, who then direct callers to the appropriate resource or give them other guidance. Has OUC considered directing overflow calls to FEMS for support with call taking? Excuse me. Thank you. For support with call taking and dispatching during periods of particularly high call volume?
So we have a fire liaison officer 24/7 on our call floor. They're interacting with the fire dispatchers. The pilot program that you're referring to was the paramedic pilot program back in 2019. And I know that the city and the executive and FEMS have just made a $1.2 million investment for paramedics. And so they're better used on the street, and the nurse triage line is a really good alternative to get people the help that they need. But when you talk about those types of programs, you talk about prolonged wait times, and paramedics are trained to be paramedics. They're trained to be out in the field using the tools and equipment that they have. And we're trained to do it from a seat on the phone, having people find common household items. So when we are giving people childbirth instructions, we're getting shoelaces and towels. We don't have OB kits, in our closets at home. So the training is really different. And then I know that at the January 23rd, 2020 hearing in front of the council committee, it was stated that this program was not working and that it was taking a step backward. And so I don't want to take steps backward. I want to implement systematic changes that really help and provide for safety and well-being of everyone who relies on us. And so, you know, when I talk to Chief Donnelly, this is not something that we're going to move forward with at this time.
Okay. So it's fair to say you do not support it.
No, I support diversion programs, and nurse triage line is definitely one of them.
Okay. So has OUC explored contracting with any other private entities to handle overflow calls, particularly when we're having really high call volume days? And if so, what is the status of those contracts?
So I don't know of any private industry out there, like private contractor out there that is helping with 911. Certainly with call centers, as I think was mentioned earlier, with like unemployment during the pandemic and things like that. But because these positions are so highly skilled and so highly jurisdictional, if you will, it's really hard to kind of get that. So 911 is really a county level. When you get like in Maryland, there are 24 911 centers because there are 23 counties in the city of Baltimore. And so each of them operates differently. So being able to kind of just have people come and go or learn the way of our 911 center would be really tough. But I did talk about, and I do support bringing back people who have retired or as part-timers with training.
Okay. And what is the relationship like with the call centers in our surrounding region? Are there other opportunities for more collaboration there?
So we collaborate all the time. We collaborate. We're always kind of looking at different things, you know, and ways to do this, especially when we talk about newer technologies, or if we were to have a catastrophic event here where we couldn't answer the phones, what that would kind of look like. But we all kind of have different tools in our toolboxes, right? Because somebody might have one iteration of a CAD system, somebody else has another. And so we do collaborate on a lot of things. We collaborate on training that isn't really specific to our CAD systems. But we have a great collaboration. I'm actually the vice chair of the 911 Directors Subcommittee in the Council of Governments. And I also am part of the National Association of State 911 Administrators. And so we do a lot of collaboration on that level as well.
Okay, thank you. So moving for a moment to 311, a resident called my attention to an online poll on X, you know, formerly known as Twitter, that asked, how many 311 requests for service have you made with a response stating the issue was resolved and it wasn't? And there were 101 poll takers. 39% said they had between 0 to 5 requests that were said to be resolved, but were in fact not. 28% said they had 6 to 10 such requests. 27% said they had over 15 requests that said they had been completed, but they were not. And 6% they said they had over 15 requests. Given this poll, I'd like to know, how does OUC handle 311 grievances and complaints? And how does OUC determine that a service request is actually resolved? Especially in an agency situation where they may say something was resolved, but the constituent is saying that it was not.
Okay, yeah. So we are the conduit. And we partner deeply with DDOT and DPW to make sure that the system is user friendly and things like that. But service requests are owned, managed, and completed by the relevant agency. So if you put in something for DPW, once we enter that into our 311 system, it goes to DPW and then they own that request. Now, if somebody calls us back and say this wasn't closed out, we take that information down and we work with our partners at that agency to say, hey, this person is saying that it's not fixed or it's not cleaned up.
Okay, and then what happens after that if there's a discrepancy?
Then it's incumbent upon like DPW or DDOT to follow up with the individual. We pass that information on to them.
Okay. And so maybe that's another area around the silo challenge that we were talking about, of making sure that we're accurately communicating between resident 311 and the agency responsible so that we're not missing gaps.
We do have the City Administrators 311 working group. So they meet monthly and they are talking, about challenges and things like that.
Right. Okay, great. And I want to clarify one thing you said in your testimony about my bill's requirements around 311 requests. I think that I heard you say that OUC does not have the capacity to comply with the bill's requirement that OUC allow residents to submit maintenance requests through 311. Did I hear that right?
So what I said, while we work in partnership with them daily, meaning them, DPW and DDOT, the ask for us to create the service request, we don't have the capacity to create service requests. We don't have the system to do that. We can take the service request, but the actual owner of that service would have to build that particular service request.
But I think one of the proposals is to have residents be able to initiate their own maintenance requests. So why would that be you all building that up?
Because even the requests that are on the app and online are built by DPW and DDOT. So when you call 311, we're pulling up their service request platform and entering it for you.
Right, okay.
But we don't actually build the service request out.
Okay, so you need functionally, you'll need those agencies to build that
Yes.
drop down list.
Yes.
Okay, so we can certainly follow up with them, and maybe that's something that we'll bring to the 311 task force, because I think it's just really important as we seek to make improvements that for the 311 system, it's just easy to access, easy to follow. There's an accurate reflection of the many types of requests that we're getting. And we see this in our office as well, as I'm sure all of my colleagues do, that we hear from residents and we're trying to submit requests on their behalf, and the drop-down options are very limited. So we'll follow up with those other agencies about that.
And we're happy to be a part of that discussion. I just wanted to be clear that we can't make these things
alone. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. And so hopefully with your involvement, we can make sure that we still accomplish that and just have you be a partner with those agencies as is required in that legislation. So that's good context. So for the FCC and carrier issues, you mentioned that one of the problems that we're seeing has to do with wireless carriers who can contribute to a lack of reliable call delivery with location. I believe you said that only 60% of calls arrive with the data allowing you to pinpoint the caller's location. You mentioned that the FCC is looking into this. Do you know what exactly the FCC is doing in this regard? Are they taking any official actions or opening a investigation or a letter of inquiry? What is their next step?
So they have proposed rulemaking, so they don't necessarily make the rules in a silo themselves either on the federal level, but they always ask for input, and I am always really cognizant to share input and to share data when we can. And so one of the things that we talk about in this industry is that people kind of really compare it to Domino's or Uber always being able to find you, but those are for profit. And so their means and their resources are a little bit different than government agencies when you talk about how things can be developed and how quickly. I will say that a majority of the bigger carriers that we all know do provide that information, but there are a lot of small local carriers still out there for cell phones. People are still using phones that don't have that GPS built into the device, and so those are the ones that we're struggling with. And those, from the data, are typically in underserved communities across the nation. I'm not speaking about DC specifically. I'm talking about national data and things that we look at. And so Ray Baum's Act of 2015 did require location and different things, but there's still work to be done in that field. We're always contributing to pushing the industry forward in that. And so we do, share our data. We do report the data. Sometimes we get the data. It's just a little bit longer into the call when we finally have access to it.
Okay. And so would you say that your kind of conversations with the FCC about these issues are still ongoing?
Absolutely. They're working really hard to minimize. They see the effects that this has on 911 centers. They're supportive and always a trusted partner. And also, you know, while we're talking about that, we also, when phone calls don't get delivered, I also bring them into that conversation as well.
Okay. I think that's one of the things that we heard from the testimony of, you know, the disconnect of some people feeling like their call was never went through, but you all not having a record of that. And so I think we need to think about other ways to share that information with the public, so that they know that might be happening, and not, so we don't have that continued disconnect.
As long as it was delivered, even if you hang up, we have that information. If it was never delivered, that's when we don't have the information.
Okay. You also mentioned that you're going to be engaging an external consultant with expertise in operational redevelopment. What is the status of that contract?
So, you know, with the new fiscal year, the plans we're getting the plans out there to kind of get that, but the focus areas will be on making sure that we have all of the things that we need to really be successful. You know, with our core focus area being on staff, technology, training, governance, and accountability. So, you know, what we did 10 years ago or 5 years ago isn't sustainable, you know, in today's. It's not what we need today. So if something worked a couple of years ago, it might not still be working. And so, you know, we have an amazing team at 911, and I'm so proud of the work, but sometimes when you're in it, you don't see some of the things that you could be doing. So when we bring in consultants, they're giving a full view, and they're not just giving recommendations, but they're really helping you to build that roadmap. And so, our strategic plan for OUC expired in 2023, and so it's timely. And I think we're really at a crucial point in 911 operations and 311 operations as well to understand and make sure that we're doing everything and meeting all the bars.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. And I think it's interesting in juxtaposition or perhaps complementary to the idea that some of our advisory neighborhood commissioners had around developing a task force with national experts, with community members in DC, with law enforcement partners, to just help supplement the work of the improvements and reforms that need to go on at the agency and help bring some new ideas around, you know, implementing some of this. And so, you know, as I think about that consultant or a task force, kind of wonder what some of your thoughts are on the efficacy of something like that.
So I know for certain that one of the people that testified today was previously, and I think he even said it was previously a police dispatcher in the Midwest. And so I've talked with him and in the past. And, you know, I think when people have passion and concerns, they should definitely be heard. And that will certainly be a goal. It remains a goal. Use our feedback form on ouc.dc.gov. But also, you know, I want people to be educated so that they really understand the things that we're doing. We're not trying to do them in a vacuum. We're not doing them just to do them. We're doing them with purpose and to influence that systematic change. And so, you know, there was a point in my career in 911 where I was a person who went around and helped centers reorganize and build out strategic plans. And there's always a community element to that.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Director. I know this will not be the last time we speak about this, but I'm looking forward to continuing to work with you and your team on making the emergency legislation permanent, making improvements to it so it can be really accessible and useful to the public, and also useful to all of us working in this space to help drive forward some of the changes that we need to see. As you know, it is life and death to make sure that these errors are reduced, if not eliminated, and really appreciate your attention and your focus on these issues and getting the dashboard up and running. And thank you to your whole team in your office and all of our call takers and dispatchers and first responders. As you say, I know it's very intense and hard work, really important work for all of us in the district. So I want to thank you and your team. If you have any other closing thoughts, please feel free.
No, thank you so much. And thank you to everyone who testified today. You know, I take your concerns very seriously, and we really are working to make systematic changes. And Chairperson Pinto, to you and your colleagues and all the staffers who make sure that we get those concerns so that we can address them. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. There being no further business before the committee, the time is now 2:55 p.m.